Morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Township Corporation of Whistler, March 4th, 2026. I will start with roll call. Councillor Hurst. Present. Councillor Goyda.
Present.
Councillor Skills. Present. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Start a moment of reflection. That concludes our moment of reflection. Information on the agenda, please, Ms. Smith.
The council approves the March 4th, 2026 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves consent item 6.1.6 questions received from council seeking additional information from staff.
Move for that, please. Skills. Councillor Goyda. Any questions or comments? Favor. It's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. I'll go first. I've one on 10.3, general nature of the conflict of interest that I own property immediately adjacent to the development. Did not provide that in writing. We have them in our bureau. Need to do that afterwards. Perfect. Any other pecuniary interest today? Councillor Goyda?
Yes, I have a couple. Item 7.1.1, this is a delegation by Raf Stovall. The presentation is in regards to a property which is partially owned by my employer, and so as such, I may be considered to have a pecuniary interest and will not participate in a discussion on that item. And also 9.4.5, which is the compliance assessment report, specifically Schedule L and Q. Those are licenses operated by a family member, and as such, I may have conflict of interest and not participate in positions and discussions on those two steps.
So we'll remove those two and we can deal with the balance of them. Make that happen. Okay, thanks, Jess. Sorry, Councillor Goyda. Any other pecuniary interest today? Stuff. All right, good. All right, we'll get right into the first delegation, which is Hydro One. I'll invite you down to the table. Welcome.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Councillor.
Maybe a quick introduction, please.
Absolutely. My name is Dominic Stewart. I'm a manager at Hydro One in the community relations team. Here with my colleague Scott.
Senior Community Relations Advisor with Hydro One.
We're here today. Thank you for inviting us. We're here today to talk about the upcoming transmission work in your community, and just to kind of go through the process about the plans that we follow in order to build transmission infrastructure projects here in Ontario and how we work with communities and municipalities. So we're here to talk about sort of the environmental assessment process and our general approach to working with the community. And I'll hand it over to Scott to jump into the need for the project.
Thanks. We have the next slide, please. So the Independent Electricity System Provider or Operator, sorry, the IESO is the provincial agency that plans for future energy needs. Through their integrated regional resource plan for the KW Guelph Cambridge area, the IESO identified an urgent need for additional electricity capacity in the KW and Brantford area over the next 5 years. And I believe this information was presented by the IESO back in November and the fall of last year to council. So as you can see on the graph that we're showing here on the slide, the IESO expects Cambridge, Kitchener, and Brantford areas to face historic growth in demand for electricity. This is driven mostly from large-scale projects as well as residential electrification. For example, this could be homeowners switching to electric heating in the regions that we've noted. So through their future planning, the IESO recommends that to meet this demand, Hydro One proceed with a 500 to 230 kilovolt transformer station in the Whistler area, as well as the construction of a new 230 kilovolt transmission line between that new station and Preston TS in Cambridge. So while today's session will focus on how we plan and select a route, if you have more questions about the need for the project that we can't answer today, I'll put you in touch with the IESO, and perhaps you already have a contact there, but we can try and answer as many questions today, but if there are more, we may need to reach out to the IESO to provide support. On the next slide, please. So here you can see a map of the area where the proposed infrastructure is planned. So the new 230 kilovolt line, as I mentioned, is proposed between the two areas that we're showing on the map. The Hydro One property, it's an approximate location, as well as Preston TS in Cambridge. So while that's the proposed plan, the exact location of the station as well as the line itself will all be determined through an environmental assessment. So there's no route at the moment, and we don't have any information to share about the exact location of the station as well. Just through the IESO, the location that was selected or that was communicated rather is that Hydro One owns property in the area, and that would make the most sense from a property standpoint, but we do have to go through the environmental assessment to confirm that. So I'll just take you through the next slide where we do discuss our environmental assessment process. So here you can see the steps of a Class EA. So what that journey looks like is we determine a study area and then we issue a notice of commencement. And that's really where the community will for the first time see the route alternatives. It's a fancy way of saying the route options that we're going to be evaluating for the actual transmission line itself. And this is where we can begin more engagement with municipalities as well as Indigenous communities and community members, as well as including landowners in the area. Once we begin the notice of commencement, we can start collecting important environmental information about the study area as well as the route alternatives. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we evaluate the route alternatives in a moment. But once the evaluation is complete, that's when we'll select the preferred route and we'll communicate that separately from the notice of commencement. So there will be some time in between the notice of commencement where the routes are first announced. And then when we select the preferred route, it can be anywhere between 3 months to 6 months, maybe even longer, depending on how much time is needed to collect all the information that we require. And at the end of our environmental assessment, we'll put together what's called an environmental study report. And this basically includes all the work that has been done to date, as well as the consultation, every question we received, every answer we provided, every meeting that we held. And that report gets posted for a 30-day public review period where anyone can comment. And then we, as Hydro One, are required to respond. And we submit that all to the MECP. And it's up to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to determine whether we've met all criteria and whether we've answered every question thoroughly. And then they give the okay to proceed with the project in terms of an EA perspective. And then I'll get to a couple more milestones in a moment, but that's essentially the environmental assessment process. Well, on the next slide, where we talk about the route alternatives or the route options, to actually identify the route alternatives, Hydro One will map out a few criteria. So we look at technical, socioeconomic, natural environment constraints, and then we're able to put together as well as potential opportunities to utilize existing available transmission corridors. So we do try and utilize existing corridors as much as possible. We also like to and are mandated by the province to try and follow existing infrastructure. That includes roads, highways, any type of existing hydro corridor as well. And so these are just examples of a few of the constraints that we have to take into consideration when we're planning a route. There are many things, including we've got pipelines and wind turbines, for example. There are certain setbacks that we have to maintain in order to build a transmission line. So there are a variety of constraints that we have to factor in. And we take a look at all this data before the route alternatives or the route options are actually put together so that we know that whatever we present, we're actually able to construct at some point down the line. So we look at each alternative, we study each alternative, evaluate each alternative, and then we're able to select a preferred route for the transmission line. On the next slide. As I mentioned about the evaluation process, so what we do is look at collecting data, conducting environmental surveys. So actually going out, taking a look at the land of which we're proposing to construct the line, doing environmental surveys that are collecting data under these 4 criteria. So we've got natural environment, socioeconomic environment, Indigenous culture values and land use, and then as well as the technical and cost. Throughout this process, we also hold a wide range of engagement opportunities to gather input and feedback from anyone who's interested in the project. We do follow a provincially legislated EA process, collecting data on the 4 criteria shown on the screen. So we're identifying things like species at risk, commercial facilities, as well as residential properties. And wherever possible, we do try and minimize the impact on communities as much as possible. And we do work with Indigenous communities, all while trying to balance the actual technical difficulty in constructing the line as well as the costs of which ratepayers across the province are responsible for paying. Moving to the next slide, we talk a bit about our engagement with the community. So at Hydro One, we have a dedicated team of community relations advisors. They'll be on the project from beginning, like through now until the line is actually in service, which I think I did mention earlier is 2031. So while the route alternatives are determined, we'll ensure that anyone who's potentially impacted by the routes. So if we were to go out with multiple routes as options, say there are 3 routes, for example, we would ensure that anyone that is living within that area, adjacent to that area, is notified about the project. We usually do this through direct outreach. So that could be things like door knocking, one-to-one conversations. We'll host community open houses. We work one-to-one directly with any impacted property owners. So when it does come time to selecting a preferred route, our process is open and transparent. And we do work with independent appraisers and typically offer above market value for any necessary land purchase that is required for the construction of the transmission line. And then in addition to that, there are additional incentives that are typically offered. For example, if we do need to visit a property to conduct a survey, the landowner would be compensated for that survey on their property. Property owners are also included and involved in the pre-construction design process. So we work with them to help select not only the design of the tower, but the location on the property, not necessarily the landowner picking and choosing where the tower goes, but if there's something that we can do to make an adjustment that might help them continue to utilize the land as they were before, that's what we'll work with them on as closely as possible. And I should mention, Hydro One also covers the cost of any legal fees associated with the land acquisition process. And landowners are reimbursed for any project-related losses if required. On the next slide, we've got a few project milestones here. You'll notice we don't have dates, and that's because we're at the very early stages of planning this project. So you can see the in-service date is by 2031, and there's quite a bit of work that has to be done along the way. But you'll notice we're planning to have about 3 community open houses. We'll have one right at the beginning, one when we do select a preferred route, and then there's typically one before construction starts. And then you'll also see the 30-day public review and comment period in there as well that I mentioned previously. These milestones could change, but this is typically the process that we follow at Hydro One when we do build transmission. And then of course, we'll keep you updated as soon as we have confirmed timing. On to the next slide. If in the meantime, before we begin our notice of commencement and begin working on the project, if the community does have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out at the information that's on the screen. And Hydro One's also looking for opportunities to work with the township of Whistler to identify community support opportunities or potential partnerships. It's important to us because we're going to be working in your community over the next several years. So if there are projects or events that we can possibly partner on, we're all ears at the moment. So we want to make sure that we're not only making a difference by bringing additional electricity capacity to the network, but that we're contributing to the well-being of our partner communities. And I will continue, and Dom will continue to keep in touch with council and staff throughout the project. So we follow a no surprise process. Like before any notice goes out, we'll offer a briefing to council and to mayor, as well as providing email updates at any time or meetings at any time. So we do welcome the opportunity to continue to keep you informed through council presentations as well, just like this one. And so that's all we have at the moment. So thank you for inviting us to speak, and we'll take any of your questions.
Great. Mr. Coming today, all put to council. Councilor Harris.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. That was really good, actually. I quite found that really well put in terms of the timelines between now and 2031. Yeah, I think more it's just my comments are more at the staff. This is so important that we're part of the process. I think specifically the Hydro One property, that'll be adjacent to some employment lands that we've designated. So making sure that Hydro One's aware of kind of what the adjacent land uses would be and where opportunities arise, as well as potential challenges and the Highway 6 proposed bypass that would proceed through there. So I think it's really that to me is just appreciate the open lines of communications so that the township staff can provide all that information so that the best decision, the best outcomes are made in the next kind of 5 years. So I think that's it for me. Thanks, guys.
Yep, absolutely.
Let's go to.
Yeah, thanks. Very good presentation. I just was wondering, is there, does this particular project have a website that you will be continuing to update that we can maybe share through our own website for residents to keep informed?
Yeah, it doesn't at the moment, but as soon as we are preparing for the notice of commencement, a webpage will go up where we have a designated phone number and email address as well. So we will have.
You'll share that with.
Yep.
with staff.
Yep.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, so at what stage in the sort of consultation process would have the most input or influence on the eventual routes from a community perspective? Would that be through the open house, like the first open house? Is there an opportunity for residents and community members to give feedback, or is it mostly just to share what this is, what we're looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. At the beginning of the project, when we do announce the alternatives, we are looking for exactly that feedback. We do have desktop data about species at risk, for example, as well as like potential developments. But if there's something that we don't have, and is noted at a meeting, someone brings it forward, that's information that we can use to help make adjustments or put into the evaluation stage. So certainly at the first meeting, when the notice of commencement goes out and the alternatives are presented, that's the ideal time.
Okay, and once you have sort of the studies, the potential routes identified, would it be possible to also come back to this council to do a presentation on what those are so that we could get input from council as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. And then just a question, you kind of touched on that as part of this project. Are there any potential community investments in terms of like tree planting or making trails along any of the routes, if safe, anything like that?
Yeah, there's certainly opportunity. I can't confirm exactly what that looks like at the moment, but we are looking for opportunities exactly like that as we move forward on the project.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Suppose.
Yes, thanks for coming. It's a great presentation, certainly better than the one we received previously from ISO. Anyway, a couple of questions now. In terms of schedule, you say it's 2031. Can you roughly give us an idea when you expect to start with the process? It's gonna be spring this year, fall this year, or early next year, just roughly?
Yeah, I can give what we're hoping for, but we can't be held to it.
I'll find out what you're hoping for. Good.
Yeah, ideally, it would happen before summer. We could start the notice of commencement. That's what we're targeting at the moment, but that is subject to change.
Okay, next question. You mentioned that you have a 30-day public input on the draft ESR. The final ESR is published. Do people have a ability to comment on that as well?
You can comment at any time after the ESR has been published, but your comments are captured in the draft when you submit your comments, and our responses are captured in the final. However, once the MECP is approved, the ESR is then.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at some relevant comments come through and the draft has to be changed, so that'll be documented that it's been changed and reflected that.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha. Okay, you mentioned that you consult the people along the lines type of thing. What sort of width of consultation you take? Is it say 100 meters from the lines or 150 meters from the lines?
Typically, our notices will go out to anyone living within 500 meters
500
of the
meters.
corridor. Yeah, but then it would be more of a one-to-one outreach for direct owners along the corridors themselves.
Yeah, in terms of the lines coming from the south to the switching station in Puslinch, do you need to beef up the towers on that section as well?
I don't believe that's part of the scope of this project, but I do know this is perhaps phase one of a couple that the ISO has on the books. So, but I can't answer if that's coming in the future or not. I don't know.
It would be helpful to know if that section that's going through Puslinch is also going to be affected.
Yeah, this scope is to build an entirely new line and station. It doesn't include refurbishment at the moment, but
I would assume you need to bring power supplies from the south to feed that, or you've got enough capacity.
yeah, the thinking at the moment is to build a new transformer station on the lands that we had mentioned, which would tap into the 500 kilovolt line
Okay, so
that's
you're
existing here.
capacity,
Yeah.
okay, good, yeah. Um. mm. Yeah, is part of the assessment going to look at, going from another switching station? In other words, is there another one further south that you can look at, or is this strictly, zeroed in on this particular switching station postage?
So the current scope is to build a new transformer station in Puslinch. It does identify the area that we had showed on the screen. So, but that's to say, we do have to confirm that through the environmental assessment process. So we don't exactly know 100% where the new station will go, but that's where we believe it will go because ISO has called it out specifically in their plan.
Great, that's all I have.
Councilor Bailey?
Thanks. I guess piggybacking on that, is there an option two? So if this location for some reason doesn't go through, do you have a plan B?
I think we would be able to determine that prior to issuing our notice of commencement. But we would have to work with the ISO on that. But at the moment, it is planned for the lands that Hydro One owns.
Okay.
but-
Does Hydro One own any other property along that route?
I can confirm and get back. That's something I'll have to take away.
Just curious. I think a couple of my questions were answered already. Maybe just for clarification. Is it just Kitchener-Waterloo and Preston and Brantford that this line is servicing?
This line in particular, yes. The ISO noted with additional capacity, I believe in the presentation that they gave in the fall. Because new capacity is coming and new transformer station is coming, bringing additional capacity, there could be potential for additional capacity in Puslinch area as well. But ISO would have to confirm if that's part of the future plans or not, because that would require a new distribution station or an upgrade to an existing distribution station, which is not part of the scope of this project. So it's not a no exactly, it's that the ISO would have to confirm if that's part of the future plan.
Okay, so then, and then I guess to Councilor Hurst, how does that communication get to the ISO that we're looking at employment lands and there might be an increase in need in the area? And then referring to you guys.
Yeah,
How does that work?
I think it's engagement with the ISO directly.
Well, I would suggest that having the capacity is step one,
Yeah,
because if the new substation is built. And there's capacity left over, then I'm not saying not engage with ISO, but that is similar to having growth assigned to an area. At least the growth is assigned. I'm using that analogy. So if we have capacity there, and once the employment lands comes to fruition, then there could be some advocacy to say, well, when you've done your transmission line to Haspler, and if we see a proposal for a giant heavy electricity user, I don't know. Maybe we don't. I'm not trying to, I don't want to inflame the public, but having that extra capacity to me would be step one. Is that a fair statement? And then there'd be the advocacy to IESO to say, hey, maybe there's a business plan here to increase local distribution of power. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, to me, yes. And I'm not trying to not provide an answer. It is something that we would have to work with the ISO on to confirm. But chronologically, that seems right to me.
yeah, I guess I'd hate to hear it down the road later. Oh, I wish we'd known, we could have beefed it up at the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Local need, because we're having something go through the community that's not benefiting the community, right?
I believe there are additional phases to capacity in this area that the ISO will be engaging on with you in the future, but I'll have to confirm with ISO on that.
Okay. And then I guess a similar question to the owning property, but is there already an existing line from the proposed transfer station to Preston? Is there anything along?
If you were able to call back up the slide that shows them, you can see the existing transmission on that map.
So just along the 401 there? Is that what I'm seeing? But there's nothing east to west.
No, there's nothing directly east to west. But there's opportunity or could be potential opportunity to follow the 230 into the station and then head west, follow the 230 down into Cambridge. That's there, like those green lines. But again, that's super preliminary. There's no really.
Great, thanks for coming today.
Might bounce around a little bit. I had kind of a little note here about, you mentioned adjacent to the proposed area, and that's very wide open because my idea of adjacent, but then you stated 500 meters. I just would really appreciate if that's very clear to the public, because it's just important that we know. It's 500 meters, you know, you're probably held to some sort of standard legislation. But with something of this significance, is it, well, a kilometer seems like a lot, but anyways, I'll leave that with you. Just be very clear of where your engagement is. I would also appreciate that if you have somebody at 501 meters, well, maybe some, you know, consideration to engage them. Yeah, properties are pretty large in the community. Through design, two components. One, as Councillor Bailey mentioned, is if you're going to have this Hydro One property, I'm actually quite familiar with it. Through design, have capacity for local distribution, so don't plunk this thing right in the middle and stagnate the whole property. So I would appreciate some consideration on that. Secondly, we have the employment land study that we're hoping to send off to the province as part of our OPA. And we were going through that process. Consultant very much so favored this property. I, as well, likely most of council and staff, realized you own the property and other possible challenges with it. And sure enough, here we are. It's being used for something which is important. Don't get me wrong, but it just adds challenges to the development of that property for the future. And my concern is it doesn't dissect the employment lane designated area, but it's in the top half. My first thought was the size of this substation, is a substation, whatever you call it. Transformer station. I feel that some of them can fit in this room, and some are the size of the one beside IKEA. You know, and anything probably in between or bigger, right?
Yep.
So my concern is that with their employment land study, you know, ideally we would have, you know, a municipal road that could go through the property. And then again, I just think, okay, I thought, well, you know, first thought was through the property in the middle. Well, no, that probably wouldn't fit there. Then I thought, well, what if Hydro One would be amicable to conveying an easement, a right of way adjacent to the existing concession 7, that we could create essentially a road to service the balance of the employment lands, because last thing we really want, I would assume, is multiple access points along concession 7. We want to build an internal road system, or the developer, whoever it is. So I'd take that into consideration. If, depending on the size of your transformer station, talk to staff about what a minimum requirement for an internal road, and maybe we can get a little piece of that land at the top, because that would mean you're not the bad guy and really hurting our employment land, right? Prospects. This might be a little early, but we had some conversations about the weight assigned to the criteria for, was it the EA component? I may be misspeaking, but I feel that was really important, that there'll be a list of criteria that you need to address, and then at some point either a committee, or did we speak about a committee? Technical advisory committee will assign weight to that.
Yep.
Or to the certain, whatever the scope or the bullets are. If you can speak to that, if not, if it's premature, that's fine. But I think it's important that the public understand that, whether it be the technical advisory committee, if that encompasses some members from this council, that if we need to hear from them to relay that importance of what weight is put where.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yep, and I think you're referencing like a conversation we had earlier. I think it's too early to confirm the exact method of the technical advisory committee. And whether this project will follow one. Typically, the larger, like this project is strategic projects, we call them, they do follow that method. And what you're describing is, when I listed the On the selecting the preferred route slide, so page 6, or slide 6, where it mentions natural environment, socioeconomic environment, indigenous culture, and technical cost. So there are a variety, more so than what are in these lists of criteria in each of those categories. Each one gets assigned a weight, and then that's how the routes are evaluated. Again, we are getting quite ahead of where we're at in the process. But if we're following the technical advisory committee model, those who are sitting on the technical advisory committee, which includes agencies, staff from municipalities typically, they're able to provide input and essentially provide a vote on how they would wish each criteria to be weighted. And then that's how we determine how we'll evaluate the route.
I would strongly suggest that you go with the TAC, the Technical
The TAC
Advisory
model.
Committee.
Yep.
We have enough development in this municipality that is under the jurisdiction of others that the public has been cut out of, and so I would foresee a smoother process. That way, take it back to some information.
Yep. Absolutely, I think there.
On the trail note, I remember they twinned, I believe it was 500 kV line came from, I don't know, came north, south, they twinned the line. And I noticed that, as part of the construction, they basically made a road through most of it. So first question is it Hydro One purchasing the land or taking the easement on land, or a combination of both, or is the ideal that you purchase the easement?
Typically it's a choice of the landowner, whether it's an easement or purchase. But again, that will depend on the format of this code exactly. I can't answer 100%.
Yeah. But I'm just.
And the roads, I think you're referring to are access roads.
Yeah, they're the construction roads.
Yeah.
You get the equipment in, so you build a bit of a makeshift road. But where I was going and thought. Be nice to the community is that be a trail. If you own the land, then we deal with you, then there's multiple leases and. Part of your discussion with the landowners and I would like some consideration on if there could be some passive recreation use through there. Whether it's too much liability, you guys can decide that, but I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to connect Westlands to Cambridge through a trail network. Again, as mentioned here, it's we'll get back a little bit. Oh, you did mention it, but you said you'd keep council informed and there's the 3 open houses. And I appreciate that. And I would though request that you present to council the meeting immediately prior, at least at a minimum, to the open house. Because you're gonna, even though maybe you send me an email or Courtney, that doesn't mean all the council is informed and thoroughly, we have this dialogue. So it'd be advantageous to just come to our council meeting before the meeting, do the presentation. That way, when we get emails and stuff, we're all informed on the same page versus after the fact, then it'll be more duplication. So I would appreciate that if you can.
Yep.
I think that's all I have. So, where does the power come from? I know it comes from, wind but that 500 kV line that's been running through Pusswich forever, where does the power get generated for that line?
Yeah, we do get that question a lot, and I'm not entirely able to answer 100%. The analogy I give is that our transmission system is kind of like a hose, and wherever the valve is turned on from a generation station, that's where the power is coming from. So at any given time, I can't answer where the power is exactly coming from, but it's from generation stations in the southwest. Again, in Ontario, essentially.
I just was curious if it was the new plant or if it was Niagara Falls. It could be from either. It depends on where the draw is.
Yeah, there is information perhaps after the meeting I can show you. There's an app you can download on your phone that says at any given time of the day where the power in the system is coming from, where it's being generated from.
Yeah, I'm just curious because see the lines forever. I just didn't know if the power was going that way or that way or.
Yeah,
no,
it is.
I can't tell.
It's a good question.
No, this was.
I would like to ask staff to look at the power requirements for the employment lands that we have identified adjacent to this idle lands, plus the 2 that we've identified on either side of 34, adjacent to concession 7, to get an estimate of the power demand so that when the study kicks off, we have those figures available, we can plug that in.
How do you decide what? Each parcel would use it.
Oh, well, you can do it on, there's ways to do it.
Okay. Oh, so what you don't.
There's ways of doing it.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be great. I think that's all I have. So thank you for coming for the presentation. Wasn't too bad, was it?
Well, thank you.
Guys are great.
Thank you for- It's better to start early.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we have a very well-informed community, very engaged community. So it's just, yeah, it's wise to do. It's thorough. We'll get through it.
I should say I live in Guelph, so if anytime you ever need me here, I come up, I'm very prepared.
Careful what you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh.
So for your information, this is recorded and posted on the internet, so everybody knows now. You heard it from.
Well, thank
Is
you.
there a recommendation, please?
We do, and staff have a few items that we've included in the recommendation for council to consider. So to receive the delegation, and the council direct staff to request that Hydro One establish a technical advisory committee model for the Porcelain Transition Line project, and the council direct staff to request that Hydro One consider paying for the township's costs related to any peer reviews for this project. And the council direct staff to advise Hydro One of the potential impacts of this project on the lands identified as future employment lands through OPA 131, and specifically to report back on the potential power needs for the lands identified should OPA 131 be approved.
Can you move it, please? Suppose, so rehearse. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you understand why we're asking for our costs to be covered? I'll just tell you. You may already know. So when we receive a planning application, and we go through the process of going back and forth, the applicant, maybe I'll let you explain it because you'll do better, but the applicant's responsible for the cost of trying to mirror that, so.
So through you, Mr. Chair, it really is growth paying for growth. That's the principle that we sort of shape our user fees and charges on so that the burden doesn't fall on the taxpayer. So we would like to ideally look to use that same model as it relates to this type of infrastructure.
I just provide that because if somebody, you know, I'm sure you have bosses, and they're like, why are they asking for that? Well, we're just mirroring a typical planning application, whether it be for subdivision, aggregate. You know, the taxpayer shouldn't bear the burden to supply Cambridge and Preston with power, because we have to review your ecological study on the salamanders and this and that, right? It should be borne by the end user. So that's the argument back, if you get any pushback, so.
Understood.
Okay, awesome. Anything else from council members? All in favor? Great, guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
Believe we have Mr. Denwood. Oh, see, there he is. Welcome you down. Angie, welcome, Angie. Morning. Morning. We're gonna move Kyle over and start it. Thanks.
Good, isn't it? Yeah. Exciting time to be a hydrologist in this part of the world. I don't know if you watched the regional Waterloo issue last week.
No, but we've had some conversations with Cambridge and they told us it's coming down the pipe. That they're having, yeah, anyways, there's a lot going on.
It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yes, I was in the council meeting and I was at the edge of my seat in the council meeting, just looking at the graphs that they were putting up, and I said, oh my, how does this happen?
I'm sure I look at the graphs and go, I don't understand.
Maybe, but it was unbelievable sitting there and I couldn't believe it. But, yeah,
Well,
here we are.
off topic, but when we have the previous delegation, and here we are in 2026, and now they're saying, you know, we need more power. What I get from that is whenever we built the electricity system back, when was that? 100 years ago? How much redundancy did they build into the system
Tons.
that we made it to 2026?
Yeah.
Essentially, you know, there's some, anyways, I thought, wow, they really had some foresight. But now with the water, they built in some redundancy, but it's, they're having some challenges, right?
They sure are. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and it has implications for the township, I think.
You say it's gonna impact us.
Yes, I think so.
Kyle Davis is online as well, joining us.
Morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council.
Welcome. All right. So Denwood and Angie? Angie, forget your last name, sorry.
Mason, Andy Mason.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for inviting us to talk about multi-aquifer wells today. We're so happy to be here. It's a nice topic for us.
Great.
All right, we were lucky enough to have had this project organized through Wellington Source Water Protection. It's something that Stan has been wanting to study for a long time. So we're able to finally get going on this. So you may be wondering, what is a multi-aquifer well? So a multi-aquifer well is a well that is, generally when you put a well in, you put it into one aquifer, whether that's in the overburden, like in sand and gravel, or you go deeper into the bedrock and you put it into the bedrock aquifer. But in Puss Lynch and in many areas in Southern Ontario, we're lucky enough to have water in multiple bedrock aquifers. So in Puss Lynch, we have the upper Guelph formation, and then you go down lower and you get into the Gasport formation. And that's the formation where most of the City of Guelph production wells take their water from, and White Wolf.
Yes.
Blue Trader. So that's kind of the premise of this study. So a multi-aquifer well is, for the purposes of this study, it's connecting two bedrock aquifers. It could also be connecting an overburden aquifer and a bedrock aquifer, like having a screen throughout the whole, from the overburden to the bedrock. But we're focusing on between the upper bedrock aquifer and the lower bedrock aquifer with an open hole. So when you install the well, the best practice would be to case that well all the way into the lower aquifer if you're going that deep. But that doesn't always happen in practice. So that's the premise of this study. Another important thing to note is that by connecting these two aquifers in this well, there could be the potential for interaquifer flow. So flow either up or down through this well, through both aquifers. And then when you add in municipal pumping from a nearby municipal well, that can cause like an exacerbation of that potential of flow between the upper and lower aquifer within those wells. So the potential risk could be a water quality threat from drawing upper water up down into the lower aquifer. And there is potential for water quantity loss depending on how much water is being drawn down. Next slide. Okay, so this just depicts what I was just talking about in plan view. So we have a multi-aquifer well on the left side. If you click, a little circle should appear. Yeah, so that's the upper aquifer. And then click again and it'll be the lower aquifer. So we have this well open between both of those aquifers. This would be the Guelph formation on the top and the Gasport formation on the bottom within Puss Lynch. And then this aquitard in between. Now, if you click one more time, there'll be a red arrow. So water could potentially move either up or down depending on the pressure gradients within those two aquifers. Then if you click again, a circle appears around this municipal well. When they turn on their pump in that lower aquifer, you click one more time, that can cause water from the multi-aquifer well to go down much quicker than it maybe did before. That's the idea.
That 6-inch well will allow thousands of gallons a minute to move down it. It's essentially a fire hose, if not bigger. So without that opening, there is no connection. So we have created many connections between that upper aquifer and the lower aquifer through traditional drilling practices. You know, we have hundreds of homes in the township of Puss Lynch, and well driller comes in and says, where is the best aquifer? And you know, that lower aquifer happens to be the best producing aquifer. And so that's what everybody targets. But they stop their protective casing at the top of the bedrock, and then they open hole all the way to that lower aquifer. So without those open holes, there would be a much greater natural protection of that upper aquifer from the lower aquifer.
Just for clarification, when you talk about the municipal well in Puss Lynch, what municipal wells are we talking about?
This is just generality.
Okay.
It's municipal wells, because they're the largest water takers in our area. This could also represent the White Wolf well or the Concast well. So really, we are being a little bit, yeah, specific was saying a municipal well, but a large water taker. It, you know, they target that bottom aquifer as well, and they create quite a depressurization through their water taking and allows this water to move down through these open bore well bores.
That is a good point, because the purpose of this study was to evaluate wellhead protection areas, which are surrounding municipal wells. So it didn't really consider areas around like private, large water takers.
Oh. So when you said, you use the term municipal well because they're large water takers and we're encompassing the wellhead protection area, and then we switched to talking about Puslinch, so it got a little muddy, but yeah, we don't have municipal wells, but
That's
you're
like
right. Yeah,
the clarification that Puslinch
it was-
does not have a.
It's just that generally speaking, you know, municipal wells get turned on, they create that depressurization, and then we are we have the private wells that then create this problem, but correct. So in those wellhead protection areas, but yeah.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. So our primary study objective was to identify these multi-aquifer wells within wellhead protection areas. As part of the source protection scope, as this was funded through source protection. So the focus areas were Puslinch, Wellford-Hermosa Township, and Central Wellington, but really it covered all of Wellington County. This was completed as a desktop assessment with no field work. It was done mostly as a modeling exercise using over 21,000 water well records. 14,000 of those were bedrock. We were also able to get agreements with GRCA and the city of Guelph to use their tier 3 groundwater models, which was great. And we received wellhead protection area shape files from Wellington Source Water Protection. And the team was able to put all those together in a geological model using surface geology, using the well records, using the tier 3 models. The assumptions we had to make due to the scope of this study, we assumed that all of the bedrock wells were an open hole within the bedrock. We weren't able to go through each well record individually to look at the casing depth. So it's probably going to be a slight overestimation of how many multi-aquifer wells are actually there. And we excluded overburden and shallow bedrock wells, because the main focus was between two bedrock aquifers for this study. Next slide. This is a map of all of the bedrock wells in Wellington County, which just shows you how many there are. There's a lot. So yeah, that's why we had to do this as a modeling exercise. Like, we could not review each and every well.
Holes.
A lot of
A lot of holes.
This is just, this is from a local quarry showing what these units look like in cross section. We have the Guelph Formation, which is our typical upper aquifer in Puslinch, and then just the top of the Hermosa Formation. If you went deeper, you might hit the Vine Mount, which is an aquitard, and then the Gasport Formation below that. And the Gasport, the deeper one, that's where most of the municipal wells and the large water takers take their water from.
This is the quarry at the corner of College and the Hanlon. And so the Guelph Formation is a little bit thicker in that area, and it's a little bit thinner, say under Aberfoyle. Aberfoyle may have 2 to 3 meters. We're looking at 5 to 10 meters of the Guelph Formation. But nonetheless, that Guelph Formation is often targeted, or has been targeted in the past, as an independent aquifer. And then over time, the wells got deeper. Methodologies got better, and so then they went through that Hermosa Formation, through the reformatory underneath that again, and then into the Amabel, the Gasport Formation underneath that again. So this is just, we are fortunate enough to have a quarry that we can actually see these various formations in. So yeah, we're.
All right, next slide. Just showing a map of the superficial bedrock geology. So this is what you would hit when you're drilling down. This is what you would hit first. So we have in Puslinch, again, the Guelph Formation is on top, and that Gasport is underneath the Guelph Formation. But if you move to the east end of Puslinch, you can kind of see that it's just the Gasport. That means the Guelph Formation has pinched out. So we're not going to get any multi-aquifer The next slide shows this in cross section. So just showing Puslynch on the east side, with the gas port in the Gulf Formation. And then, as you move further west into Wellington County, you also get the Salina Formation on top of the Guelph, and then a couple other smaller ones.
So the light colored formation there just underneath Puslynch is the Guelph, and then you drill down through that. I think, I don't see the colors here, but
Like
the,
all of the.
is the dark green the
Yeah, the number 6, which is the dark green, that's the Amabel, which is the gas port.
okay, so then the lighter green above that would be the Aquitard, so. And they're all dipping, and so they're all dipping towards underneath Lake Michigan. And so what happens is the Amabel, which is, or the Gasport, which is the aquifer that Guelph takes from and takes a lot of water from, it daylights underneath Eden Mills, and it comes out, and so underneath the Aramosa River, that's where it daylights, and so the Arco well field, for instance, its area of influence extends up that way towards underneath the Aramosa River and underneath the confining layer, and then daylights underneath Eden Mills area.
So when you're saying it daylights there, that's where it starts.
It starts, and that's where there's direct connection. There's a direct connection, and we don't have a direct connection here to that main aquifer underneath the township of Puslynch because of the way there's other layers on top of that aquifer. But in terms of source water protection, that is kind of that's where it's open basically to anthropogenic activities, farming and whatever. It occurs right on top of the main source of water for the city of Guelph, for a lot of our residents as well. Starts there, and then that water moves underneath and westward.
Okay, next slide. So this is kind of the general findings of the study. We kind of broke it down into different wellhead protection areas based on region. So these were determined as the multi-aquifer well risk zones. Within the city of Guelph, 610 wells, that was by far the largest. And then Cambridge, 53. There was some overlap between those. We estimate that about 400 multi-aquifer wells are potentially within the township of Puslynch. These wells were installed between 1945 and 2021 with depths up to 230 meters. And the next slide shows some maps of the wells identified. So these are all the potential multi-aquifer wells between the Guelph Aquifer and Gasport Aquifer. So between the two that we have in the township of Puslynch.
So you can see the concentration around Fox Run, some underneath the hamlet of Aberfoyle, Bridle Path, Bridle Path, I keep getting that. Bridle Path Estates, that's, a large congregation of those multiple aquifer penetrating wells occurs in that area, all drilled probably by the same driller. And they're deep wells. They go 60 meters down through the Guelph, through the darker Aramosa protective layer, and then into the Amabel underneath.
Yeah, and then this just puts the wellhead protection areas on top of that. So like those are the ones that we would interpret as being within a higher risk zone because now you have municipal pumping influence in those areas. So as of now, the ones in the south of Puslynch are kind of excluded from that risk zone, for now anyway. And we have some overlapping wellhead protection areas between City of Guelph pumping wells and Cambridge as well. We did also look at the Freelton ones. You can see those little sinuous red lines coming up from the south of Puslynch. But I don't think there were no wells identified within those because they're so tiny. And then the next slide shows the new southwest well test well. Now, there's no wellhead protection area delineated for that yet, so we just put a 4 kilometer radius around it just to show how many wells could potentially be within that drawdown zone as well. And during our last bi-monthly meeting with City of Guelph, they mentioned drilling a new test well in Puss Lynch, actually, just southeast of the City of Guelph. So there could be another one on the southeast side of the city with another red line around that one too.
That's the Maltby Victoria Road area. That's where they're contemplating another test well also. So the fact that we're also outside of some of these wellhead protection areas, the purpose of this study was to look at wellhead protection areas. But even though we're outside them, does not mean that we are not under the influence of those wells. Those wellhead protection areas are defined as 2/3 of the township of Puss Lynch, and probably all of those multiple aquifer penetrating wells are in that. And that is the area that the definition of that WAPQ is where there's I think the edge is a 2 meter drawdown in the aquifer. So by definition, that all those wells are in that source area, and they are experiencing a minimum of 2, and maybe Kyle can confirm that if it's 1 or 2, but they are all experiencing a certain degree of drawdown in that lower aquifer that then translates upward to that upper aquifer through all of our open boreholes, the open well bore. So it's concerning. We do have a lot of other water takers. We have Concast, we've got White Wolf, which are the bigger ones.
Does aggregate affect this or?
Well, the aggregate ones are in the ponds and they keep on recirculating their water. So they do but they don't do the multiple aquifer penetrating thing. They work in one aquifer. And so, but all the large water takings operate in multiple aquifers. And the city has deliberately gone back to their wells and retrofitted their wells so that they are no longer multiple aquifer penetrating. Where they did stop at the Guelph, they have now gone back in and cased their wells so that they only take water from that lower aquifer and they don't immediately take water from that upper aquifer. The quarry itself is a different story. It penetrates right into that lower aquifer. In fact, there's some natural occurrences that allow for that. So that is a big concern also for the city, that they have this large open quarry that has penetrated down not just a well. Now we've got a 500 meter by 500 meter size hole that has in some places penetrated into that lower aquifer.
Okay, so these are our conclusions. As demonstrated, there's multi-aquifer wells present within several wellhead protection areas in the county and in the township. A total of 758 potential multi-aquifer wells were identified in total, and about 400 of those were in Puss Lynch. The key is to note that we have identified induced drawdown from municipal pumping as the biggest risk factor for these wells. So under conditions without a pumping well nearby, we feel like the risk is probably pretty low. There would still be a slight risk, but with the municipal drawdown, that is like the key here. Yeah, so and then the risks would be potential contaminants moving from the upper aquifer to the lower aquifer, as well as drawdown of water in the upper aquifer from removing it to go down to the lower aquifer as well. And recommendations. So we would love to have our findings considered on municipal technical projects. We've already shared this with the City of Guelph, and we're hoping that they will consider it in the future. And in their wellhead protection area modeling as well for some of the new wells, we'd like to see the multi-aquifer wells considered for that as well. Because the study was limited, we'd like to see further study. We'd like to see hydraulic gradients across aquifers studied. So like looking at the actual municipal pumping drawdown cones, because we had only looked at the wellhead protection areas as part of this study. So it would be interesting to evaluate risk based on the degree of drawdown within these areas. Like there could be some that have 10 meters of drawdown and others that only have, 4 meters of drawdown. So 10 meters of drawdown would probably be a greater risk area. Yeah, we could use more study to complete a risk analysis to prioritize which multi-aquifer wells are at the highest risk and which one might need more immediate action than others. And whether some maybe don't need action at this time. Development standards for wells. We're already doing this in Puslinch. So we've been working with Andrea Reed at GEI for the new development standards, and we have recommended putting this as part of the development standards to only to screen or case wells into the target aquifer and not to case across multiple aquifers. And we've also been including that in all of our reviews lately for the last probably couple of years. And we have not approached the province yet, the MECP, but that would be nice to see the province take a look at this study and maybe make an amendment to Reg 903. Because it's my understanding that Reg 903 includes provisions to case wells into either an overburden aquifer or bedrock, but they don't seem to specify differences between bedrock aquifers. So it would be nice to see that added. And then addressing existing wells. A collaborative strategy would be great between municipalities, the conservation authorities, the province, and well drillers. To decide what to do with these multi-aquifer wells, whether the wells that are high risk need to be abandoned or retrofitted to have them cased lower. And yeah, it would be good to look at incentives for homeowners of these wells. It's obviously a large undertaking to have to abandon or retrofit your well, especially given that the risk is higher in those drawdown areas. So just because they happen to be in the drawdown area versus outside of the drawdown area. And targeted outreach might be good, similar to what Kyle has been doing with the septic socials, maybe something like that. Anything to add?
This is a theoretical exercise in some ways. We haven't gone to a particular well and said and measured the actual drop in water levels. But it's happening. It has to be happening. There are hundreds of these wells in the township that are open to the lower aquifer, and it'd be great to go to one or two of them and actually measure how much water is moving from the upper aquifer to the lower aquifer, if it's still happening, because the upper aquifer can actually dry up because of that stealing of that water through that open borehole. So we are, limited to this desktop exercise at this point. It is recognized in California and other areas as being a problem, and they deal with it, and they actually do something about it. And I think what we're doing by raising this, and Kyle was good enough to provide the funding for it, is that this just allows us to quantify where are they, identify in general where are they, how many are there, and if the next step could be what is actually happening around each of these wells, and then what do we do, what if anything do we need to do about it. And yeah, there's Lois as well in Aberfoyle, and she offered us to come into her well. She's got one. She has a multi-aquifer penetrating well. So there are opportunities that would not cost a lot of money to go in and do some additional investigations. And the risk is the contamination going from the upper aquifer to the lower aquifer. Our septic systems, our salt systems, our fertilizers, they all penetrate through the overburden into that Guelph aquifer, and they sit there, and they move through quite quickly. Studies that have been done in the Arkell area show that happens in a matter of days, that to have you know, particularly through the porous, sand and gravels that we have, is that the fertilizers and bacteria get down to that upper aquifer very quickly. And then if we open up a conduit to that lower aquifer, then that just allows that to happen very, very quickly to that lower aquifer. And that lower aquifer is our our water supply. And then it would be great to have a little bit more knowledge about how to continue to protect that. And on the what is being done about it front, every time Angie and I review a development project, we demand that happens. You're going to hear from Mr. Stovall later on today. All of the wells that they did, and I can't even remember when they were put in, but they were all cased to the lower aquifer. We asked that of them several years ago, and they did that. We are getting calls from developers saying, Stan, I'm on the site, the George Good site, for instance. We're going to drill our wells. How would you like them drilled? And it was great to see that buy-in and understanding from the development industry that this is an important thing to do. And on the other side, we have seen other developers just say, we're going to drill our well the way we always have, and you'll have to live with it. And we kind of have to live with it because we do not have that jurisdiction. We do, you know, as a municipality, we don't have that jurisdiction on how wells are constructed.
Kyle, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Stan and Angie, I think, covered the presentation really well and the study really well. I guess just I'll add a bit of context for council prior to the questions. So this was one-time funding that was sent out by the province through the conservation authorities to sort of all the implementing bodies for source protection. So that was a funding call that happened back in fall of 23. We were fortunate enough to receive some funding that we put towards this study. Because this was something that had been talked about, like Stan and Angie have mentioned, for a number of years. I think they've framed it very well that this is the potential first step. Identifies on a desktop level where there may be some areas, and there are a series of recommendations there that we're working through. Some of it would require more funding, and some of it are things that we can work through at the staff level. And one of those that I would draw council's attention to is looking at these as potential increases to vulnerability scores within municipal wells. So that's something that we have started to work on with the Grand River Conservation Authority to take some of the results in some of these wellhead protection areas and actually increasing the scoring. So if you're thinking of the maps and it goes from a green to a yellow, or a yellow to an orange, or an orange to a red. So that's one of the actions that's already taken. I recognize there's a number of other actions there too that we're looking at, and be happy to take any questions.
There you go. All right, Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, thanks, guys. This is a really good 20+ page water report. Like sometimes when you see those, you're like, oh man, it's a slug to get through. But it was really learned a lot. So I think that's good for somebody that's not in this world every day all the time. I'm gonna start. Maybe it's more of a question for Kyle than either of you. But how has this been received within the other municipalities, Kyle, that were within the report north of us?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. I'd say we're still early stages. We've circulated the report, we've finalized the report, we've circulated it, and we're starting to have some discussions. So Stan and Angie did talk about this with one of our regular meetings with the City of Guelph, and then we've also had some discussions with the GRCA. So I'd say at a staff level, we're still discussing it, and it's kind of early days.
Thanks. I'm just curious because I think when I went through the recommendations, which I think are quite astute, I think one of the opportunities to drive this forward would be a high degree of alignment amongst all of those municipalities that were part of the study. And I think when you have more people lined up together, linking arms to encourage a more risk identification, so on and so forth, I think that would be of great value. So maybe that's just an observation for me. I'm curious on the multi-aquifer wells and Angie and Stan. I'm not sure if this might be a hard thing to answer in absolute terms, but I look at the well I have at home. It's about a 15-year-old well when it was drilled. It's 109 feet deep, so it'd be what I would consider a deep well, probably for the municipality. Are we talking these multi-aquifer wells that were drilled 50 years ago, 30 years ago, or like could be yesterday type of thing, just in terms of the technology? I know you spoke to some of the newer developments and what your recommendations to those developers are, but like, so my head goes, are we talking wells that are 30 or 40 years old? Are these high risk wells or older, or is that inaccurate assumption?
Okay, through the chair, yeah, but 109 feet, I think is probably in the Guelph, but it would depend on where you are. But yeah, it could be, a study included 1949 to 2021. So they could be older wells, newer wells, any of the above. And it would also depend on the location, whether you're, like if you're in the east end of the township, probably not, because you're only in the gas port. If you're in the west end of the township, you're more likely to have a multi-aquifer well if it's really deep. And then also, are you within a wellhead protection area where there's a drawdown there? So, yeah.
I figured the answer would be like the wide ranges in circumstances. So yeah, I live in Concession Trail, about a kilometer southwest of the Guelph wellhead right off of Forestdale. Right, so I was one of the wells that they tested last summer for the drawdown. Can't remember what I remember seeing the report, but I don't. Two other questions quickly. Like, it's the opportunity to inform homeowners of potential risk, and maybe this is more for township staff or Kyle in this larger piece, but I think the work's been done, the risk has been identified. We've got a lot more quantitative analysis, although, at a high level from a modeling standpoint. How do we go out to homeowners and say, look, you need to be aware of this? And I think one is the homeowners already have a well, but then secondly, I think you alluded to this, Stan, is like the new drilled wells. It's like, look, if you're doing this, you really ought to abide by the performance or standards that you've identified. But I guess maybe that's like a township question. Is like, how do we help homeowners identify these risks and give them potential solutions? Knowing full well, some of these solutions may be tens of thousands of dollars. Like that's the reality of it. But maybe that's a very open-ended observation. Like, I would hate for this work to get done and then just not go anywhere beyond that. I'm not sure, Courtney, if that's even something that's answerable or just take it from feedback.
So to you, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Hal Davis he looks like he has a response. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Hurst, and through the chair. Yes, those are some of the recommendations, especially the number 3 recommendations there, 3A and 3B, and direct it really at sort of the source water unit to kind of look at how we can make that happen. And not to repeat myself, but we are at the early days of that. So there would have to be collaboration with other municipalities, as you mentioned, the Conservation Authority, other municipalities within Wellington County, the health unit as well. So really, we haven't gotten there yet. But what I would envision is it could look like as part of our broader outreach and education program that we do under Source Water. It could fit in under there. There could be a home for it there. However, before we get there, I would, to your point, like to have some possible solutions for people. In that case, that does involve then discussions around, are there possible incentive programs or not? And where does this fit in existing incentive programs, whether that's at the county level or whether that's at provincial level incentive? Like there are a couple different things that we would need to look at there as well. So it would be an outreach program, likely it could be run through the Source Water program. And then, but we'd like to be able to point people to solutions on that as well. So yeah, I guess still some work to be done on that. We just wanted to present the technical work to you though first, just so that you're aware. And I would also point out, although Puss Lynch has the vast majority, it is multiple municipalities within the county. That is Guelph, Hermosa, Center Wellington as well. And we have not gone to those councils to present this yet.
I'll end it here in respect for time, but I really would like not want to have this just get shelved. I think there's great opportunity here, Kyle, to what you spoke to. So certainly from my perspective, very supportive of amplifying this as phase 2 or B2 of this work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Goody?
Yeah, this is a great report and things. I know, Stan, this is something you've been talking about, the multi-aquifer wells, something you've been sort of flagging and talking about for a long time. So it's great that you've had the opportunity to do this work. Just to build on Councilor's question, in the recommendations, you talk about further studies being needed and the other municipalities that would be involved. Are there any collaborative opportunities to incorporate the city of Wells, city of Hamilton, Cambridge into possibly funding some of those additional studies that you're looking to do to inform the legislation or the regulations?
I'll leave that with Kyle.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Guida, through the chair. That is again part of the discussions that we've been having. So we have not directly about funding, but in terms of at least just the results of the study first, and then talking about next steps. It may not only be other municipalities, that there could be other opportunities to collaborate with this. The health unit comes to mind, but we're really early stages with all of this at this point. We funded this through provincial funding. That funding, we can't predict when that comes up, but that funding does come up. So there is opportunities potentially there as well. If another funding call comes out for the province to put forward a project that way as well.
And then just in terms of you were talking about the municipal standards for well casings. And I was just wondering if you're aware are there any other municipalities that have implemented something like that? And is there, like from a jurisdictional or legislation perspective, is that something that we can introduce through new wells and development? But what about existing wells and single severances and stuff like that?
Through the chair, I've only heard it in one other instance where a subdivision was approved and they had well standards applied and there wasn't a pushback by the developer. And so all the wells went in a certain manner that was not necessary, that exceeded Ontario Reg 903, which is our well legislation, exceeded Ontario Regulation 903 standards. So it is possible to do, and if you don't get that pushback from the homeowner or from the developer, then you're well ahead. But so there are very few instances that I've heard where these additional standards have been put specifically on wells. But where I have heard of them going to the standards being improved, that I hear there's good buy-in, and I feel that that's what we're in general getting in the township of West Lynch, where the developer or the homeowner is made aware. And so that is that's the outreach part, I think.
And this might be more a question for Kyle. Is there currently any funding or grants or incentives by the province for retrofitting existing wells that may have issues?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. Not through the province that I'm aware of. There has been historically through the province that there have been well retrofit programs, drinking water stewardship programs in the late 2010s, early 2010s. There is the ability for them to do that in legislation. However, to my knowledge, they don't have any money associated in their budget for that at this point. So currently, the incentive program that's active is the county rural water quality incentive program. However, there has been provincial incentive programs, and certainly this work could be done, could fit into multiple different incentive programs if they were to come around. But yeah, the province at this point does not have money in their incentive program as far as I'm aware.
And if I may, through the chair, Councillor Goida, I don't see this as being a homeowner's issue in a way. Like unlike a septic system could fail and then you've got to deal with it. This is a well that was drilled according to Reg 903 standards. it just so happens to be that cities are growing, we're taking more water, and that's putting a different pressure and different, different, demand on that lower aquifer that wasn't there before. And so that's what creates the opportunity for this movement. And I'm not sure I'd want to see that put on the backs of the homeowners. And so I would really like to see more of a collaborative effort if we're finding that water quality. And that's where the rubber hits the road. It's the water quality. And so maybe the first thing is to establish, is there a water quality issue in individual wells? And if there is that water going down into that lower aquifer? So there's a multi-stage way that we could approach this. But I really wouldn't want to see this on the backs of the homeowner, because they particularly didn't do anything wrong. It's just they happen to, we just happen to live in a pretty special environment where we have this really great aquifer that provides a lot of clean, good drinking water. But now, because we've got all these holes in it, I just think we should identify and recognize and try to figure out how to prevent that lower aquifer from being compromised.
Councilor Spillis?
Yeah, you can sense from the council so far and to come, I would assume. But there's a lot of interest in keeping this impetus going on this particular study. So to that end, a couple of questions. Is there a possibility that you guys could have, say, a scope study being done when the funding comes? You have a study ready to go type of thing, develop a couple of studies to address some of the recommendations you have in here? Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, Andre Ansumard, who worked for Blue Triton, asked me the same question, and really, it's an excellent question, and really we should have a stock study ready to go. 5 wells, identify 5 wells, do water quality, put a spinner inside the well to see if the water's going up or down. So, and then put a price to that. I think it's an excellent idea, and Angie and I could definitely work on that, and in very short order say, here's a $10,000 study, for instance, that would get us a lot farther into, is it a real problem, and where is the problem real?
See Kyle nodding his head. Kyle, I assume you're supporting this as well?
Yes, through the chair. I think that's an excellent idea to have a scope of work ready to go. These funding calls can come out with very little notice and very short turnarounds. So I think that does make sense.
If I may,
Go ahead. Yeah.
through the chair. I saw this was on the question list, so I did put together 3 bullet points of what I'd like to see in a further study. The first one was to obtain drawdown data from municipal wells and their monitoring network to further evaluate which wells are within the high drawdown areas. And then second would be to further screen the water well records to evaluate casing lengths. Because for this study, we just assumed that all of the wells that were deep were multi-aquifer wells, but probably some of them weren't. So we could screen out a lot by just reviewing all the water well records. And then the third would be to do field work, which is what Stan was mentioning, like either flow testing or packer testing in some representative wells to determine how much water is moving within those wells.
Well, since there's maybe 2 or 3 studies that you would want to undertake first, so that you have a scope for each one type of thing, and the way we go and funding the largest. With respect to the standard for well construction, you did mention that you apply to any developers. So this is a question for staff. We have a new property owner just bought a piece of property, wants to drill a well. Do we give them a standard, say you must drill the well to these standards if you're going through multi-aquifers?
So through Mr. Chair, we are working on our development standard guidelines. So Angie mentioned that we're working directly with GEI and a number of our other consultants to develop that. We cannot require, but we can educate. As I understand it, there's no legal lever to require that.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings me to the next question. How can we, your recommendation B is that the province will provide additional guidance either within the Regulate 903, but management practice, et cetera. How can we best convey this to the province? Is this something that through source water, we should be asking this, question for you, I guess,
Yes, thank you, Councillor Spoulos, through the chair. Yes, I think that would be appropriate to send this to the province. If council wished to put a cover letter on it, that could possibly help as well. But certainly we can send it at the staff level, or if council wishes, at behest of council. But yes, I think sending it to the ministry would be a logical next step, and requesting a meeting to discuss.
So my suggestion is perhaps get all the other municipalities on the same wavelength, as Councilor Hurst alluded to, get them all the same wavelength. There's power and numbers, so we can sort of get staff to work with the other municipalities once you have that, once they have the presentation, sort of give it not a Pusson's flavor, but a county flavor. Okay, the two other points. You mentioned the agricultural contamination to the aquifer. I assume it applies to all this contaminated fill that we have coming in.
Through the chair, I think I am speaking mainly of the Arkell area where we know there's a known nitrate contamination from the fields there. Elsewhere in the township, I'm not that familiar with issues with other than salt issues, which are increasing along our major byways. But yeah, that I was thinking specifically around the Carter well for the city of Guelph. We know that our citizens have got elevated nitrate in their wells from the farming activity there. So that's the one that I was thinking in terms of the agricultural impacts.
My last question is from the geek in me. In terms of retrofitting wells, is there an opportunity or is there technology to put a sleeve within the existing wells to take it all the way down? I know, for instance, in water mains, you have the old cast iron water mains. There used to be a technique of pushing plastic pipe through it rather than digging up the old cast iron pipe and then taking it out, putting a new pipe in.
Through the chair, yes, there is. There's known technology and well drillers use it all the time. It's called a K-packer, and they can push kind of any length of pipe in that would reduce the size so from a 6-inch well, you'd end up down with a 5-inch well, but that's still okay for a household pump.
Sure.
And so you can do that. And so that is a possible solution.
Very interesting.
Councilor Bailey?
Thank you. Wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Sapolis's idea of getting some studies in place so that when funding comes in that has quick turnaround times, we're you can hit the ground running and have a plan in place. So I like your thinking on that. And I guess my one question was, how can we best advocate to the province with some of this? And an idea came to mind. Kyle, you do a great job at presenting at AMO or Roma in the future on this topic. So keep that in mind. Okay, a couple of questions. In the report itself, maybe this is for Angie, I didn't actually see the word cumulative impacts, although it's kind of referred in the report. But I guess my question's around how can the findings in the study contribute to the understanding of cumulative impacts to water taking, site alterations, or any below water table applications in Puslinch. So how can we use this information to some of those keeping cumulative impacts in mind?
Not really sure how to answer.
Through the chair, the cumulative impacts, man, we're just dealing with that in spades. We've got the new Southwest well wanting to go in. We have got Cambridge, increasing it. They did their EA about 5 or 6 years ago or 7 years ago now, and to increase their taking up until 2031. So we've got that load. We've got the city of Guelph load. We have got additional, and I don't really need to push it in the same bucket, but the aggregate industry is still increasing their desire for below water table extraction. And I think it does need to be put into that same collective picture. And all of it puts stress on our water systems, is what I want to say, but the cumulative impact is mainly, that large takings from the city of Guelph, some of them Aberfoyle and the region of Waterloo, all coalescing underneath our hamlets and underneath, from anywhere from Aberfoyle over to Town Line in Cambridge, all the way up to Mulvey Road. All of that area is influenced, and that is all, as far as I'm concerned, a cumulative impact. And they are all adding incrementally to that drawdown in that lower aquifer. And that's why all these little dots with wells in that area are all potential avenues for water to move down. So I think that Kyle, I'd love to hear from Kyle again, because I keep on pushing this with him to have a regional committee put together to address all of this cumulative impact, because at some point enough is enough, right? At some point, we have got to have a line drawn in the sand that says that is enough water taking from the aquifers, because we have demands on our natural environment for brook trout, brown trout, and wetlands that we want to maintain. So
Are you suggesting that we should draw a line in the sand, that we shouldn't have any rural growth because now our neighbors have the desire to take the water and or we need it for aggregates? That's what's going to happen. We don't have a municipal water service, so that would be advocacy for no more growth in Pulsation.
I guess that's not what I'm advocating. I guess when I sat down in that municipal meeting last week, a big light bulb went off in that the demand for water is not going away. And we all have assumed that to 2051, there's going to be enough water, but here we see a major well field having some issues because of that development demand and that municipality ratcheting up the water taking from that well field. And I guess then are they going to do the same thing in Cambridge East, right? Are we going to see that ratcheting up?
I need to keep the perspective of the rural water taking. I understand where you're coming from, but the implications to us are huge. So we need advocacy for protection of water for our growth.
Yeah.
I agree, and I think that's the email that I sent to Courtney the next day about that. It is along those lines, was, because of this, what we're seeing, the increased takings from our neighbors, and Hamilton included, is that we need protection for our rural water supplies as well.
I may add, just thinking about, the city of Guelph is looking into opening up their Glen collector again right now, which has been abandoned since Walkerton, I guess, but that's sort of like a combined groundwater surface water system from my understanding. So maybe there's like more alternatives they're looking at, so they're not just always taking from this lower aquifer. And then in terms of the multi-aquifer wells, just going back a bit, we were talking about quarries, and the quarry just west of the city of Guelph, which name escapes me.
Dolan.
The Dolime. That quarry is like a giant multi-aquifer well. It's already down into the gas port.
Or was that Lafarge or
No.
Glen Christie?
Yeah,
All of
Glen
them.
Christie
All of them.
also has
They
that
all
issue.
featured the aquifer.
Well, Glen Christie has, yes, and so whether or not Lafarge is, I think they want to, but it has.
The city's looking at the Dolan one because that one's pretty intriguing.
Yes. Yeah.
But yes, so
Yeah, and
it's
that's
basically
created-
just a giant well.
Yeah, it's created a huge
Yeah.
issue for them, and they're working on like a pond level management whole system right now to try and manage the drawdown within that quarry. So big problem.
Well, and it I shouldn't be speaking for them, but they're looking to find water where they already have it. So they're,
Yes.
wherever it's going, they're pumping it in the river. They're trying to find efficiencies in the system because it's already been punctured. So
They're
that's
optimizing.
in the interest of not spreading further, I believe. Because they need 15 or 30 million liters, right? Something like that. Anyways, getting down a rabbit hole, but it's a good news. They're trying to find a way to
Yes.
utilize that without having major risk. Which I think is.
And without
good.
expanding, they're trying to optimize
Yes.
their internal taking and minimize where they've got to go next into the townships, both north, Gulf Hermosa and south into the
But the
township.
problem is that's all wide open, so there's a contamination risk backflow.
Yes.
Anyways. Sorry, who was asking? questions?
Counselor.
Trying to get to the.
So,
news.
yeah, no. Thanks for the response here. And I guess as you're talking and I'm thinking, you know, I'm really focused more on Puss Lynch and it's hard to. We would do something maybe different for a future study in Puss Lynch that maybe they wouldn't do in the north, but. It would be really interesting to do some sort of modeling, find that line in the sand for what cumulative impacts. Where's the line to protect Puss Lynch groundwater, like for quantity, but then there's also a gray area of where does the quality and the quantity, you know, if you do that modeling, that would. It's hard to model just for quality and not think about the quantity part, but anyway, that would be interesting for future modeling. Taking the cumulative impacts into consideration. I'm not gonna talk, I was gonna ask about funding opportunities. I was gonna ask about the construction standards, but that's all been discussed. Yeah, I guess in order for Puss Lynch to have development standards, it would need give education, recommend, and then hope that homeowners and developers will do a higher standard.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'll be done.
Perfect. Thank you. Not perfect towards you, but
Your turn.
I didn't mean it that way. So my understanding is, the municipal water takers cause the potential drawdown of these multi-aquifer wells with their pumping. Right,
That's correct.
you're saying. Thus, potentially bringing in I didn't call it contaminants, but compromising the lower aquifer.
Quality.
Yeah, so municipal wells service the mass majority of the people, just by density of cities. So we have entities that are causing the problem and putting the most people at a compromised position. I don't want to call it contaminated because we don't know that. Is that right? Because they have the most people just by default.
That's fair.
So I feel we should be getting on the bus for this on the last stop. You know, at $10,000 for us is a lot of money. We'd have to maybe sacrifice something or find efficiencies. City gross operating budget, $647,249,988. Was 10 grand in City of Guelph that has them, that causes the problem. That has the most people that could be exposed to the. So I appreciate it. I think it's great work. I don't feel that Puss Lynch needs to be the lead on this one. I believe, I should say anything, I believe. There's bigger players, Regional Water, Cambridge. Will we join that advocacy? 100%. However, my worry, high level, 10,000 foot level, is if we embark on this study about water. And all of a sudden we find a line in the sand that, hold on, the gas port's over extended. Where are they gonna prioritize the water taking? Municipal water sources. They're not gonna prioritize Puss Lynch and Severances and rural growth. They're gonna prioritize municipal services. So we're gonna go get a report that tells us to stop growing. So I have major concerns with that because, unless, you know, if one of our neighboring municipalities wants to start providing a service, great. You know, there could, you know, I know that's even a whole can of worms, but, so that's, I feel we need to be a part of this trip, not the lead, because these bigger players have more influence with the government, and I do support. So I liked your comments that when you were stating that you didn't feel it appropriate. I don't know what you came out that the homeowner bear the cost, and that's a retroactive from where I'm coming. I agree 1,000%. These bigger players maybe shall. However, I also agree. I believe this is your position that, you know, we advocate for, you know, fully encased wells on new developments. Because to me, as a new homeowner, this may be ignorant of me, but, you know, people moving out here may not be familiar with private services, right? You know, they turn on the tap a little more. And so for us to say to them, this is in your interest to, whether you call it reduce your risk, to put this in case 12. And yes, we don't have the authority under the regs, and we can advocate on that component for sure, or all of it, but whenever we could have some sort of education component or request developers. We want this because this is making your well safer for you. So that's great. The component of going to the public and Kyle, we were speaking to it about an outreach program. I want to be cautious about putting to the community that your wells are at risk because there's drawdowns and you're going to get sick. Right. I don't, it's a desktop for sure. Is the potential there for sure? What is there regulations or if there is recommendations from the health department? How often should rural people test their well? Is it supposed to be every 3 months? Is it 3 months? Angie, I can't remember. Quarterly. I'll be the first to admit, I did it for when the house was built. It's a requirement. Is it for the mortgage company or something? You have to.
Yes.
You have to, right?
Mhm.
Hasn't been done since. Right, so I'm guilty like everybody else if we don't test our well, but. You know, if we're going to go out there, like the onus is on the homeowner, again, this is your private well, test your water. So I don't want to put a fear in the community that as soon as well turns on their test pump, that everybody's well's gonna be compromised. It's just, I agree there's risk. I remember standing, I was brand new. I don't even know if I'd have met you before. I think we were at the Nestle open house, which comes in the fall, right? So I would have been brand new to council. You come walking up, you're a big fella. I think you were limping at that time.
Oh, yeah, yep.
And you said, Mr. Mayor, we need to do something about these multi-aquifer penetrating wells, blah, 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 blah. I still have, I get what they are, but like, I had no idea what they were. So you've been advocating for this since at least 2018, likely before. So I appreciate your dedication to the cause. As a layman, I agree with, the potential risk. And if I were Mr. Ford, I would just pen legislation right now. I'd propose it that, all wells be encased because it protects the person. It's almost like the mask thing from my well protects you and kind of thing. And that's the way it should go. So that advocacy we can start, but please, I would like to wait and see what the bigger players and will definitely be an ally there in our advocacy, but I don't want to see pushers take the lead on this.
Right.
I think they can get it done easier for us. That's my 2 cents. If I upset you, I apologize, but.
Will they do it as well?
Say it again, Councilor Smith.
Will they do a study as well as the folks sitting?
Well, they're engaged, they're presenting, they could peer review it. Student peer review, so.
Mr. Mayor, you made some comments, we don't want to be the lead, but we may have some issues on some industrial sites that are large water takers, and we should know about those. So my idea of having these other studies in waiting, I think we should be prepared to address some of these larger industrial users in our area that may or not be encased. We should know about them because they are a potential source of infiltration of one aquifer to the other aquifer and ultimately affect our residents. I agree with you with respect to municipalities. Sure, they're the ones that cause the problem, but as Stan mentioned, Guelph has already gone to casing. Perhaps we should be advising, asking Cambridge and Waterloo whether they're doing the same thing. Likewise, Hamilton's are doing the same thing. I think that has to come from somewhere, and for us to sort of say, well, let's wait until the rest of the world catches up to how far we're ahead. But I think we got our own issues we have to address as well.
I heard the source water would look at it. I feel that could be the direction of the council, that source water, which is funded through the county, take a look at, before. I would assume you can put together these studies or potential studies relatively easy, but is this something you want to build Puslinch for, to build these studies? How do you address the comments from the councilor on that?
I would say that from Hardin Environmental's perspective, we'd be happy enough to put together a proposal. We don't get paid for our proposal time, but we would definitely be happy enough to put the proposal together and have that sit on the shelf for the times required for when funding is available.
I think it's great to be ready. I believe that's very wise. Be ready. I just, even a nominal fee for preparing what the study may be is fun. It's the execution of it and the costs.
Yeah, well, Mr. Mayor, you're quite right. The source water is a lead on this. At the same time, my earlier comment was that they try to get the other municipalities involved in this as well. So we go to the province and ask for changes to Reg 903. They're all on board. And the fact of we're proposing to other studies, have them on board as well, type of thing. So just to when the money is available, and away we go. It's a unified party type of thing. I agree with you. We don't want our taxpayer to foot this bill.
We can be ready for it.
If I may.
Sure.
I think it makes sense to keep it more like county-wide as well. Like, I wonder if the region of Waterloo would be interested in doing a similar study. Because they are a huge water taker as well, and there's probably tons of multi-aquifer wells in that jurisdiction as well.
If I give you a minute, can you speak to, if it sounds like Waterloo region is on the Gasport formation, right?
No.
No, they're not.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. The Cambridge East wells
Cambridge
are
so
definitely in the.
They're
yeah.
looking for water. Everybody's looking for water over in Waterloo region. Is there capacity in the Gasport for additional wells to meet Cambridge's needs? I mean, I don't know, is there lots of water in the Gasport, or is that's the cumulative effect? I guess we were talking about, we don't know.
But if I may, Mayor, they went through a very complex and involved environmental assessment for those Cambridge East wells. And I cannot remember if it's to 2036 or to 2051, one of the two, but they did a very detailed analysis, modeling, and through that, they came out with additional monitoring around Puslinch Lake, Irish Creek, because they recognized that there would be some kind of an impact on those areas. So my understanding is that those wells are kind of fully accounted for, and they're going to be increasing that taking over the next at least 10 years and maybe longer. I just can't recall if it was 2036 or 2051 that it's the other areas that now that they're experiencing some shortages. And one of the things that they discussed was there was a well field in Cambridge called Middleton Well Field, and they said they cannot take more water from that because they can't physically move it from this low area in Cambridge up into Kitchener. So
I'm just worried.
I don't anticipate from the Cambridge area that they're gonna come out with, okay, we're gonna ratchet up those Cambridge wells.
That, and I was, we have a new well south of Guelph, and now we're gonna have another new well, water protection areas, and there's a lot of implications for all of these, so
I agree.
keep us informed.
So through Mr. Chair, I think I've captured some of what's been discussed here, but please let me know if there's revisions, or if there's feedback. So to receive the report for information, the council endorsed the recommendations made under section 10 of the report. The council endorsed the preparation of a scope of work by Source Water and Hardin Environmental for future study in order to be prepared for when funding is available. And whereas council remains concerned with the current legislative framework, which does not require encasing of multi-aquifer wells for new development or retrofitting of existing wells, the council directs staff to work with Source Water Protection, member municipalities, the city of Guelph, and the region of Waterloo regarding an action plan to advocate to the province on this matter.
We're gonna move for things, Councilor Hurst, Councilor David. First, any questions?
That's good, thank you.
Happy?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
All in favor? Great. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
You guys want to break for a 2-hour break right now? Oh, are you next? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Come on down. Remember the Price is Right? It's still on, isn't it? See you. It's great. Yeah, the baby are all sweet.
After this, I'm gonna go home and, well, you're staying there on that basis.
All right. This is a third chair. Yeah, you can't engage from back there, young fella.
Where do you sit? I'm sitting right here, please.
Welcome. Yeah, absolutely.
Set up here.
No. We heard you. Had a read here. Okay. Good morning. Morning. Good morning.
It is still, yes. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. Thank you for allowing us to delegate to council today. I'm here with my son, Rob Jr. I think this is the first time you're up front, isn't it? Yeah, thanks. Mr. Mayor has he's on occasion had a chance to take a run at the presenters, so good luck. And my client, Sean Marsh from Timberworks Homes. Thank you. And we regret to inform you that the Sloop family was not able to attend today, but we'll do our best to carry on. I prepared a brief presentation for you, and I just want to say that we've been working on this project I've been working on this project for about three and a half years, and we're getting very close. We're getting close. So there is a property in Arkle that there's a proposal for residential development. The location is part lot 7, 8, 9, concession 10. It's a little less than 50 acres, so 46 acres in size, of which a portion of it is already included in the hamlet. So I'll continue on in the presentation. One of the important things to note about it is that the proposal started in 2006. So there's an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, and the draft plan of subdivision that was submitted at the time. So our primary objective of today is to try to facilitate the inclusion of the proposed Arkle development within the hamlet boundary as part of OPA 131. And the key areas of focus are, I will just briefly review the application history from 2006 to 2021, and then I will say what's happened since that time. Summarize the progress of Timberworks and Sloop construction, and I will briefly address the remaining technical issues for the proposal. I guess at this point in time, if just to build on the last presentation, is that we knew that water was a big concern. And at the very outset of it, we contacted the township hydrogeologist, Stan, and we had the wells constructed so that it met Stan's requirements, and we completed the pump test based on that. And we also set off right at the bat that we were going to use the highest and best technology for sewage treatment that would reduce nitrates at the site. So this is proven technology, and it'll be a requirement set out in the draft plan conditions if it when it gets that far. So we feel that the proposal is a logical extension of the hamlet. Again, a portion of it is included in the hamlet. If you could just go back to, the yellow line there represents approximately where the hamlet is. So there's already a portion of it that's included in the hamlet. And most of the site is agricultural field, and then a portion of the site is a formal plantation, plantation. So from the historical context of it, there was an application that was submitted in 2006. It's 38 lots, 1 acre minimum, and it hit a roadblock immediately. And the problem with it is that at the time, the growth plan was a provincial plan that came in, and it said basically that they want all development as much as possible to go into the urban areas like Guelph. And they set out a requirement for density of 50 residents per hectare, which is just unrealistic from the township standpoint. And there were also technical concerns with the application, the fact that there wasn't pump tests that were done, there wasn't an AIA, there was no MBS considerations. But one of the things that happened at that time was that there was a peer review done, and both the county planner and the township consultant at the time, GWS, indicated that there's no significant natural heritage features warranting exclusion from the development. So the vision for Arkle, the way we see it, go to the next slide, please. Arkle is special. It has a distinct identity. And generally, we would describe it as it's smaller in scale, it has a rural feel, and yet it's connected to its surroundings. All the things like connected to natural heritage features, things like that. And if there's any growth that's going to occur in ARCO, we felt that it needs to be within the character of it and not overwhelm it. So the vision for the development on this site is that we want the development to be low density, thoughtful, well-designed homes with proper landscape architecture associated with it. So the goal is to extend ARCO in a way that feels like it extension belongs, that it would fit. So about my clients, the proponents, so Timberworks and Salute Construction, they're local builders that they believe in local investment, investing in their community, and this would be investment in the community. It's a joint effort between the two residential home builders. Both are local builders with deep roots in the township. Both have families who live and work in the township. They have a great reputation and they're accountable to their clients. And again, the investment stays within the local economy. So the final thing on that slide would be that the quality of what is built directly reflects the families delivering it. So go on to the history of it, the next slide. So since 2006, there were a couple updates within the county official plan where they brought in new population projections, and nothing was dedicated towards the ARCO on it. So in 2017, the project was basically at a standstill. So the Salute family purchased the site in 2017, and then in 2022, Sean's company bought 50% of the property, and we started moving forward with the proposal. So a new approach was taken. Focus was on trying to address the technical matters. So we went top down. The big thing that we wanted to deal with was the water, and that's why we set out right at the very start to make sure that we dialogued with the township hydrogeologist and set out a proper well drilling program to ensure that that we would address concerns like that were previously mentioned. And we also focused in on making sure that our sewage treatment systems were as good as we could get. And then, so we've been working on studies. And then a big thing that happened was in 2024, the new provincial planning statement came in. And from that, the growth plan was removed. And a new set of policies came in that said this is what you need to do for new or expanding settlements. And also since that time, in phase 3, there was a rural residential growth component within the county's population projections. And in that study, they identified that approximately 50 units, residential units, could be used for the expansion of ARCO. So we took that as a positive note. So to summarize on the next slide. So we're going through our technical due diligence. In 2006, there were a series of reports that were completed: geotechnical, stormwater grading, functional servicing, but no pumping test was provided. No wells, no pumping test. There was a noise and vibration report to deal with the issue related to the railroad to the south. And there was a draft plan of subdivision that was prepared. So since that time, we've built on those reports, and we've submitted, I think we're on our 3rd version. I think we've pretty much got it dialed in on the stormwater management, the grading, and functional servicing. As I said before, we drilled the wells and did a pump test. We've completed a traffic impact assessment, a nitrate and sanitary study. We've completed the archaeological assessment. And just recently, an agricultural impact assessment and an alternate site analysis and planning justification report was completed. And I'll talk about the alternate site analysis a little bit later on in the presentation here. So if we go to the next slide. So we feel that now is the right time, the right process to continue on. OPA 131 sets out a mechanism for comprehensive growth allocation within the rural area. Settlement boundary expansions should be evaluated strategically and in coordination at that point in time. If we address the lands now, then we would avoid the criticism related to piecemeal private development and an amendment later in the process. We would reduce duplication of the review and would provide certainty with the broader growth framework. And I would say the concluding statement on that one is that this would be an appropriate planning vehicle to consider settlement adjustments in a coordinated and efficient manner. So why these lands? Next slide, please. So the inclusion of the lands in OPA 131 right now would be based on planning merit and not advantage. As I mentioned before, it's directly contiguous and includes a portion of the existing settlement boundary. It's a logical and a defensible expansion for Arkle. It's supported by extensive technical work and it demonstrates the implementation readiness. Our clients are ready to go. In addition, the lands were evaluated against other potential expansion areas from an agricultural perspective. And this is a requirement under, I believe it's PPS policy 2.3.2.1. And of that policy, there are 4 criteria that are related to agriculture. It can't be on specialty crop lands. You have to consider alternate sites of lower or equal capability. There can be no MDS impacts and you have to address agricultural impacts. That's what our studies do and their studies do. So the next slide, if you could go back. It sets out, we've prepared a report and it sets out the alternatives where could Arkle expand. And on every other alternative, there would be an MDS impact and or the lands are better quality than what the subject lands are. And the bottom line of this one is that from an agricultural perspective, the subject lands represent the lowest priority for long-term agricultural protection among the sites that were assessed. So what do we need to do when we move forward? With the next slide, please. So we are working. I understand that Timberworks retained a noise consultant, and they will have their report done. Hope in this month for the noise and vibration study. I don't expect any big changes from what had happened before, but that study is going to be completed very shortly. So the only implication that would happen to the site is that additional mitigation measures like triple pane windows, things like that, and or there could be additional setback on it. But we don't think so because our proposal does not include any lots within the plantation. So there's also a requirement for tree preservation, and we gladly admitted that we want this. We want to preserve as many trees as we can, and whatever trees that we have to cut down along the edge of the woodlot to get a road in or anything like that, we're going to replace at the 1-to-1 ratio. And we have to complete an assessment of the plantation. That'll be going on between the spring and the summer. And we recommended all the way along that those conditions be completed, or those studies be completed as a condition of draft plan approval. So our request is, if you go to the next slide, please, is that we respectfully request that the Council of the Township of Bushlands endorse a resolution to include these lands within the settlement boundary of the hamlet as part of OPA 131. We feel that the inclusion would be consistent with the PPS and would conform to the official plan, but also we think that's the appropriate time because there are provisions within the official plan that that allow for urban or settlement boundary expansions, but they're quite a bit more restrictive than if we were to move forward with the OPA 131. So that's our request. We're here to address any questions. I know Rob wants to provide some input and anything that we can do to close the gap to assist the council. We're here to help. Sean, is there anything you wanted to add?
Oh, I think you got it covered. Thanks.
Good. Well, I guess we'll see.
The floor is yours, Rob Junior.
I'm good. No, nothing to add for me.
All right, Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That was a good run through. I think, yeah, I think when I was looking at this, I think that the big question for me was the rail line and the impact of potential future houses and proximity to that rail line. So I think that was really where I was going. I think I don't have any specific questions. I think more for the township staff, you know, your recommendation, how does this fit within our existing housing development plans with the county? You've seen several maps presented over the last year around designating areas around Aberfoyle, around Orriston. I haven't seen as much around Ardell, and I guess I'm curious how this all fits within what we can do as a municipality to support housing, but also it has to sync with the county's aspirations. So, and maybe I'm not just clear. Again, this is like very technical and procedural. How's this all fit together?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the ARPL development, that number of houses, so that projected number was included in the county's study that they did when they were looking at our residential piece, as it fits in. So it was accounted for, but it was not included within OPA 131 as it's written, similar to what we did with Aberfoyle with the boundary expansion. That wasn't included as an expansion of that settlement area, but the growth was considered. So again, as in our role being, this is not our amendment. It's the county's. What we can do is we can put a resolution together with what council wants to see, but ultimately the county is the decision.
So that's helpful. Yeah, I think I'll stop there, wait for further questions.
Councilor Greta. Oh, sorry, you're up. Councilor Spillis.
Yes, some technical questions. What sort of size of homes are you envisioning? Square foot wise?
I would say 25 to 3,500 feet, but I don't know, Sean, am I speaking out of my ear on that one?
Yeah, I think the trend that we're seeing today is smaller, but you know, prices went up so much. I think the demand for the home, people still want a single family home. That's still the Canadian dream. But I think we're gonna go back. I think we had 17, 18 years of really loose monetary policy, really cheap, easy money. And then COVID came, prices went up a lot. They're not coming back down from the major suppliers anymore. So I think the challenge for the future is get back to maybe how we grew up, you know, like up in a farmhouse, 1,200 square feet, 4 of us, 4 kids, 2 parents and 1 bathroom that used to work. But I think overall, I think I'm seeing a trend back to that.
Are you considering any affordable homes?
I think when I say affordable in Plessich, I was happy to see the ARU come in, the use of that. I think that's, you know, it hasn't really taken hold yet, but I think once people see it, I think that'll be a big part of it. So I think, you know, our parents are multi-generational, so that is at the start for our kids and, you know, for our parents. So to help with affordability, that was my thinking. So we asked Rob, we included that in our calculations on the septic and, you know, so we could provide that.
Mr. Mayor, I can provide a motion if you want me right now.
I'll just go around first and then we'll go circle back. Mr. Bailey?
Thank you. I guess I just have a question. All the studies that you mentioned in the presentation, have those already been all submitted into the township to date?
The noise report has not been, Sean just recently retained the noise consultant, so we will get that at the end of, in March sometime. But all the other studies, as far as we know, have been submitted. We've already had 2 rounds of peer reviews on it, so hopefully the 3rd one, we're getting pretty close. There are still having been through a few of these, sometimes there's a outstanding question that needs to get resolved through a condition of draft plan approval. But I think from a big picture standpoint, yes, I think we're there.
So sounding like you're getting close to your
Yeah.
final submissions and stuff. Without your request, what's your timeline hope of getting your OPA done and your zoning.
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the OP's already been put in. It was put in 2006. So we'd have to resurrect that. There is a process. It's not really that onerous. It's like putting a sign up, but the problem with it is, it won't take that long. But the problem with it is that, the policies within the county official plan, there's one policy says that, any expansion of, hamlet is limited to 5 units, even though there's 50, so we'd have to amend that. There's other policies like that that are problematic, and really OPA 131 is the mechanism to do these kind of things. That was the reason why it was stopped in 2006, was there was supposed to be a comprehensive evaluation of these alternatives. And the county, I mean, they've had the materials, but they didn't include it within OPA 131. So
Okay, maybe staff can help me out here, because I'm not sure procedurally, if we don't, agree to the request and OPA 131 moves ahead, then can the applicant apply for a new OPA under 131's new information or new standards?
Sure.
How does that work?
So OPA 131 is designating the growths. So once it goes to the province, if it's approved, as it's drafted right now, it's in draft, and maybe 50 units assigned to ARCO. And then thus, now I have this question. So I don't know if you're stuck in time with your OPA from 2006, or if you abandon that and start, but the growth is assigned.
Right.
So that likely makes their situation more tenable. Sorry, so rephrase it. And there's a second part of your question.
No, well, then that was my question. Are you stuck in your original application, or can you just kind of stop that process and reapply through the new?
So that's, yeah, are you stuck at the OPA 2006 rules, or even if you reactivate it, does it come to the once if OPA 131 is approved, are you now then working under those rules?
through you, Mr. Mayor, my first response would be lawyer to get it cleared up. But what I think the answer is that we can use the 2006 OPA, that mechanism, that vehicle. It hasn't been abandoned, but a bunch of changes would be required for it. And again, it just seems to be as if OPA 131 would be the proper way of doing it.
So they would have options. They would have to go back and wait and say, is it advantageous for us to continue with our 2006 application?
Yeah.
Obviously, the one hurdle you just mentioned was maximum 5 units, look for relief from some of those components. Or there's 3 things we're talking about. You keep saying 131, or abandon that, apply for a new what they call developer driven boundary expansion, which is permitted through the PPS. Propose that along with the zoning bylaw to utilize the growth that's been assigned through the MCR. What's the third one? Third one is
this ask.
Yeah, or this ask, which embeds it into 131. Or ask the county to embed it. If the county, there's a lot of ifs, county embeds it, then once it gets approved, you only need to do a ZBA site plan subdivision, all that kind of stuff.
That's that part's true, yes.
Anything, sorry, I jumped in.
That's good, sorry, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I guess my comments are like, I like the application. I don't disagree that it's a, sort of appropriate spot to be building out the hamlet of Arkell. I don't know how putting in it, to me, this is kind of the 11th hour. I feel like we've had discussions about residential growth for the last year and a half, and I'm kind of wondering why you're coming today to talk about this, and why not a year ago, when we could have brought in some of this information. So I don't want to be holding up. I don't know if it would hold up the OPA 131 process. I don't know, not supporting you and then hold up your application. So I guess I'm just not sure how procedurally this works, or the timing of everything.
So I could, I'll give some insight. If council were to endorse the request, it would then simply be that to the county to include it. whether they choose to, they may respond that, oh, well, now that you want this included, we have to pause 131 and study the Arkell area. Is it Arkell or Arkell? Arkell, I thought so too. Arkell. And so I would have concerns along with that. So, sorry, so you asked if, what will be the implications of supporting this? So the implications could be twofold. A, county looks at it and says, oh, we support it. I don't know it's gonna go that way, but let's just say they're gonna review it. B, they could respond, well, if you want us to look at this, we're gonna delay 131 by 6 months, and we don't know what's included in that. And then C, if we don't endorse it, the applicant then has to choose whether or not to continue with their 2006 application, wait for 131, file a new one. But you know, yeah, so I think those are the three avenues and kind of.
Okay. And we don't know the answer to
The county's
the
position.
county's
No,
position.
we
Yeah.
do not know. What we do know is that I feel the likelihood of the county even considering it without a council resolution would be zero.
Right.
So, right, I met with these individuals and they asked about this, and I said, you need to come to council and see if council will give that direction, because with that, then at least the county, I feel, will give us some options of what the implications and things of that. Without it, they're, you know, they can continue to ask.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with your analysis. I think that's a good analysis. The only thing again that we would say is that the county, obviously, they knew that we were there. They've seen our documentation, they're on the list, they've reviewed it, they provided comments. But they also dedicated 50 units to Arkell, so they've known about it. It's within their planning report that they've set it out. So that's why respectfully we're here. We made the request. We're hopeful.
So I'd like to hear Councilor Spills mentioned.
Did I skip you?
No.
Oh, no, I'm not done. Can I speak?
I'm done.
Perfect. That's a joke. Speak to us about the community knowledge of this project. So I'll give you the baseline, which you've likely heard from me. You know, this is late for the party, and I'm just concerned that all of a sudden on the Facebook or the whatever, this, like, we didn't know. This is, you know, council is doing this inappropriately. Well, speak to me about, you know, how much of the community may or may not know about this, any engagement you've had. You know, sign isn't up, so.
Right. Unfortunately, the one fellow that had the direct dialogue with members of the community cannot be here today. But it's my understanding that the local residents that abut the property have been informed about the application. That's all that I know anything about. I don't know anything further.
Fair, and I know it was a tough question to ask, but it's just, you know, it's been on the books since
Yes.
2006. Now, there being changeover down there, maybe. Year four planning chair. Everybody, that was a joke too. It's a very challenging committee. You're either making dreams or crushing them. So, yeah. I lost my train of, everybody comes with a story. And, you know, I appreciate the background on, you know, the builders. However, you know, even the question from Councilor Spillis about how large of a house are you going to build? I penned a little note here that speaking of commitments, you know, today, and you put some good things in the room, but I would say to this Madam CEO that if we have commitments to things that are not backed by legislative requirements, what are the tools for the municipality to hold any applicant, never mind, you know, this applicant to those verbal commitments?
So, through Mr. Chair, can you just ask that maybe a little more specifically, just so
So-
I understand?
If you promise me something and it's not required by legislation through the Planning Act, they don't have to do it
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would agree,
unless they've entered into a development.
unless there's a development agreement, which for these types of developments, there is.
That's what I'm getting at is, no offense, Mr. Marsh, but if you're saying you're gonna build a 3,000 square foot home and the market changes, now you need a 100,000 square foot home. If you have the permission, the site plan, or sorry, the subdivision is permitted, you're gonna build what makes sense. We've been caught in the past, I shouldn't say that part, we have to look at if it fits the rules, not the story per se, because there's one. So we can't hang our hat on it, it's gonna be 3,500 square foot homes, it could be 5,000, it could be 1,500, it could go either way. For me, it's, the growth is assigned, and my last, question to you would be, or to staff. No, it's to you, my worry here is the comparable properties, that's an important report. I sway towards your property because as you indicate, it's got a part of the urban boundary in it. I would agree on face value that the other ones have more complications, but having not read that report, it gives me a little bit of concern because again, out in the community, somebody may say, well, Rob Stovall said my property had MDS, it doesn't have MDS. So that this report is very important. But I believe I can pass that because the store's been around since 2006. The urban boundary touches that property. And the other ones look to me as more productive for agriculture. But I'm taking you on face value of that report unless MCO puts you on the spot.
I know, to you, Mr. Chair, that's not something that I've read in detail, so it's something that Cav, but.
So just for council's information, I mean, this is excluding the other properties. But I'm comfortable requesting that we include this because of the historical nature of the application. I believe there's been engagement with the community, and I'm not talking, you didn't go and knock on every door. This is not a secret project that just popped up. There will be public consultation going forward if this thing progresses through the process. We need growth. Arkle's a good spot for it. So my other caveat would be that I do not want to hold up OPA 131, the Agri-Food expansion, the rural 7 state. The employment land study is all embedded in that. I don't believe I can justify pausing that for 6 months because we're late, and I'll add this to the room. I admit that I remember the growth being assigned to Arkle, and whether got focused on the employment land study, didn't focus on the boundary expansion of Arkle. And I don't even know if it's my job to ensure that we get it 100% right. But I think we all could have done a little bit better on this one. There was, you sent some letters in. Was letters enough? Obviously not. Could we have advocated a little more for the boundary expansion? But end of the day, we did the best we could with that OP 131. I think it's great that the growth is assigned to the area because without that we'd be a non-starter. So lesson learned, from my perspective, trying not to let things slip through the cracks like that. But we are where we are. So council, we need to make a determination on the asset. We can get a recommendation for sorry, Councilor Suicide.
Yeah, well, my proposed motion is that council person support the inclusion of the Arkle development within OPA 131 provided there's no delay in submission to the province, to the province of OPA 131. Failing that the Arkle development be included in the next OPA amendment.
Yeah. One last question. Your proposal, and again, this goes back to it's just words, but your proposals for how many units?
44.
So that still leaves a balance of 6 units for growth for other
Yes.
applicants. I wonder if we should, in a way, cap them at 44. Because if we get pushback from the community that you've given all the growth away to the sloops and the marshes of the world, if we put in our motion of recommendation to don't even know if that would be binding at all.
That's a question about, as far as severances, I didn't think there was a more cap on the severances.
Sorry, I'm thinking private or, what do they call it, developer driven boundary expansion, so you may see. Another applicant come and say, well, there's 6 more units, we wanna expand the boundary here.
Well, you and me, Mr. Mayor, I don't think this, we're gonna have a chance to include this in OPA 131. I think it'll be the next OPA 132, or whatever the number is. And you'll see all kinds of other people come to the table as well, but these gentlemen are in there first. I think they should get the first crack at biting off a chunk of that 50.
What I propose, I don't feel would have to teeth anyways, but I just, maybe if the Madam CEO.
So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor, need somebody second.
Goes first. Can I have the CEO just mention or answer to that, or she can vote the.
Sorry, and I had prepared something as well, which aligns quite closely with what Councillor Sapoulis has moved, but maybe just expands it based on the work that would recognizing the work that was already done. So there was work done through the background studies.
Actually, procedurally, can I just ask you to remove that motion briefly?
Or friendly amendment is what I think it would be. It's
Can you
pretty
do a
close.
friendly amendment?
I'll accept all friendly amendment.
There you go.
Very good. So it really is, that whereas the Township Council supports in principle the ARCO residential development subject to the requirements and process of the Planning Act, that Placentia Council supports the inclusion of the ARCO settlement boundary expansion within official plan 131 to accommodate the proposed development, recognizing that the 50 residential units proposed for ARCO were incorporated into the residential land needs analysis forming part of the OPA 131 background work, provided that such inclusion does not result in a significant delay in the submission to the province of OPA 131, and the council requests confirmation from the county.
And the only part that's missing is he asked that
Inclusion will next OPA, failing that to be included in the subsequent.
be considered for subsequent appeals, however you word that.
What does significant mean?
6 months.
I would even go so far as just put delay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I would
significant.
support just the word that I know it's kind of.
So through Mr. Chair, I suppose what my thought process was to give a little bit of leeway, you know, if a week is considered delay by the county, I don't think that would impact us. But I'm assuming there is work to be done to include this. And I would like to just give us,
I guess my concern is we're gonna have to reopen the public process again. Because you're writing something that wasn't there before, and that rate itself is at least a 2-3 month delay.
can remove it. I just put it on just as a suggestion.
Just removing the significant component, yeah.
Adding subsequent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, that was a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Do we need Ms. Whitefrost to read that again?
We're good.
Okay.
Any further questions? Do we have a mover for that? I had a mover tonight.
You had a mover and a seconder as long as they're both satisfied with that, yeah.
All right. Okay. Here. You know exactly what you're looking for. We'll speak it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It's very fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for presenting today.
Thanks for making the time, everybody.
All right, well, 30, you're all ready. Are we gonna break? All right, so we'll break and return as close to 1 o'clock as we can. Peace.
Goodness.
All right, welcome back. I believe we're on to consent agenda items this week.
So that the consent agenda items listed for the March 4th, 2026 council meeting be received for information.
Have a mover, please. Councillor Goya, thank you. Councillor Spillis, any items be removed? Councillor Hurst?
Just the ones that came out in the Q and A, so I'm fine with staff taking the direction that's provided in the Q and A.
Okay. Councillor Goya, anything?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Spillis?
6.1.1, 6.2, and 6.11.
You, Councillor Baylor?
Yeah, I had 6.3, but it was captured in the Q&A and I'll pull 6.7, 6.7.
Sarah with an A. Okay, we'll receive the balance of those for information, please. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Spose.
Okay, 6.1.1, these are previous council minutes. It's regarding item 12.1.3, the bylaw to amend the fire department establishing and regulating bylaw. There's been a lot of social media questions, concerns on what we actually did at that meeting. This was a supposition. We took out a lot of stuff. My recollection of the meeting was we only took out what we were already doing, or not doing, I should say. So I'd like to ask the staff prepare a report for next council meeting addressing specifically what's in, what's not out, and historically when was certain aspects of it taken out, because I don't think we did anything ourselves. It's probably done previously, and there's a misunderstanding out there that we deliberately took some items out of these bylaw without consulting the public.
Any concerns with that?
No, staff can prepare something for the next meeting, yeah.
That's what you captured in the resolution.
Yep.
Councillor Bailey?
I was just gonna second. Is
Okay.
that a?
Sure, yeah, yes, second, any comments, sirs? Nope. We'll say. That's good. I'll comment. One of the individuals is putting information out through the social media. I had a conversation with Ms. Hoy Fox this morning. And I asked Ms. Hoy Fox if we could offer a meeting to bring that individual in to clear up some, or provide information that would hopefully clear up maybe some misconceptions. So I put that on my Connect with Mayor James Facebook page. Hopefully that individual takes us up on that offer, so we'll provide that. And you know, because some of his narrative is being copied and pasted and put in emails, and so I just wanna, you know, just give him an opportunity to come talk to staff and talk to myself, and we can give him our perspective, and maybe that'll help clarify the situation. So you're comfortable with that offer? Yeah, okay. City Council knows and Council Spose?
That's 6.2.
Oh, we gotta do the vote on this one first.
Sure.
So that's 6.1.1, right?
Yeah.
All in favor? That's carried. Next one.
Okay, 6.2, there was a comment made by staff saying council may also wish to direct staff to seek legal advice pending AMO's report. Is there a concern that we should be seeking some legal advice at this time?
So with you, Mr. Chair, I think it's subject to what email reports on, and that's just specifically around the enforcement of contracts. And when the contract becomes void, so I do think if that comes back with further concerns, that is something that we should have legal advice on, but we don't know if we're there yet. We'll just have to wait for email to release that.
Right. So we just receive that one for information for now. Moved by Councilor Spose, seconded by Councilor Hurst. Any questions, comments? All in favor? Carried, okay.
Okay, the last one is 6.11. I understand the staff have prepared a motion to ask the city to come forward to do a presentation, and my focus is specifically on the traffic and frustration into the township. What they do further north is not concerned, but it certainly is a concern that if there's any large infiltration into the township, to take into consideration the alternative routes that are available for them, for the residents to go, such as onto the hand, the most direct route as opposed to drifting through once you get to the 401.
Excellent. So moved. Seconder, Councilor Hurst. Any comments? That's good. I think it's great to invite them. I would like staff to advise them of the amount of ASE tickets that were issued in the Brock Road area. Because I would hazard to guess that they were a majority of qual fights that are being put through our community and speeding. So part of the motivation is the speed mitigation to direct traffic to the Hanlon. I'm not saying build a report, Ms. White Fox, but you know, the mayor may ask them about that and reference the ASE program. So just give them a heads up so they can do a little research before they come. All right, all in favor of that one? Carried. That's it for you, Councilor Close, right?
So
And Councilor Bailey.
6.7 Township of Perry. support the resolution regarding reduced rate distribution of library resources. So I actually brought this up in the last meeting. It was interesting for me to see this. Here, I was just gonna pull it up. No, it's not coming up. Do you have a resolution of support?
Yes, so it's that we received item 6.7 and that council directs staff to send a support resolution accordingly.
Okay, vote, seconder. Phyllis, any questions, comments? All in favor? Carried. I believe you just had the one.
Yep.
correct? So that brings to the end of consents. Public meeting. March 4th, 20, is it a public meeting or an open house? We're having an open house under the public meeting section here. Well, because it's different, right?
Yeah.
We have a public meeting, we would probably have mandatory employee council versus an open house. That's the only reason why I'm highlighting that it's different, but it's the appropriate place to have it in the agenda. So we're having an open house March 4th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. Open house held in person at the Bush Community Center, 23 Brock Road.
Just to clarify that, because we just got an email from Justine inviting us to that meeting. It says here in the council chambers.
Sure, Mr. Chair, the invitation in council calendar is one that stopped generated at the beginning of the year, so I do apologize. It's not completed.
So
Was that
Brock Road?
BCC?
It's Brock Road.
Okay. Right. March 4th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Open house held in person at the Puslinch Community Center, 23 Brock Road South, Community Improvement Plan, commonly referred to as CIP, and Urban Design Guideline, open house number 2. Hopefully that's well attended. Puslinch Fire and Rescue, no. Finance, 9.2.1, let me get it on the right. That's part of the agenda. And it's Mary.
Good afternoon, Council. So this report here is a good news story for the township. It is a grant funding application that we were successful with. And so the purpose of the report is to seek Council's approval to enter into the grant agreement with the province.
Read that recommendation or as presented.
So it is to receive it and then to give 3 readings to bylaw 2026-008, being bylaw authoring the entering into an agreement with the Minister of Rural Affairs for the Rural Ontario Development Program, Community Development for Beautification of Streetscaping in Aberfoyle and Worston.
Perfect. Are you move it, please? Councillor Hurst, Councillor Goyden, any questions or comments? If all go in order. Councillor Baylor?
Just a question. I know staff have been in conversation with MTO. The idea was, since we are not getting the bypass as soon as we want, we would like MTO to maybe do some sort of stuff within Morriston. So how does this program tie in with the conversations we're having with MTO? Is it instead of, or is it in conjunction with it? What can we be expecting?
So through Mr. Chair, maybe our Director of Finance can comment on what the scope of the grant funding is going to be used for as a starting point.
Yes, of course. So basically, we did apply indicating that we would purchase and install benches and planters in the downtown areas of Aberfoyle and Morriston. We also included 2 large community murals in the downtown areas as well as designing, fabricating, and installing placemaking signage. So wayfinding and educational, and that's also in the downtown areas. So that's what we've applied for, and that's what this grant agreement is for.
Right, so it's not just along the corridor, it's within the village.
You're on that side.
Okay. I love the mural idea. I had actually sent staff a suggestion. I don't know if anyone's been through Port Carling to see their mural, but it's a photo mosaic. So they actually got the community all involved who submitted photos, and it was a digitally done type of mural. So at what point are we going to be kind of asking the public what they would like to see, or is there an opportunity for the public to be suggesting ideas for a mural?
So to you, Mr. Chair, we can do some feedback on Engage Plus Lunch. We can certainly look at that and see if there's any ideas that can be submitted, and staff can take that away. And see how that fits into the timelines associated with this grant program. I know the timelines are quite narrow, so we can brainstorm and put some ideas forward.
That's great. Thank you. Exciting.
Further questions? All in favor? It's carried. 9.3.1, that's you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you. So to Mr. Chair, this is our Roma 2026 conference debrief report. So what the report outlines is the various delegations that we submitted for Roma. We were only successful with one delegation request, but you'll note in the report, all of the details for what we submitted to each is included there. So we were successful in a delegation with the MNR. TAPMO, which staff prepared presentation material for, and Mayor Sealy led that delegation presentation, was also successful. So we were fortunate to have sort of two time slots there with the MNR. The key takeaways from that meeting, again, were not necessarily commitments from the ministry to look at the TORC framework, but they did suggest it was something that they are open to looking at. And again, no commitment, but potentially open to consultation with TAPMO. The chair did make a pretty good case for including TAPMO in those conversations, particularly if OSGA was going to be included in those conversations. And you'll note there's two attachments there. Both presentation materials are included for information.
All right, questions for Madam CEO?
That was good. It was good briefing, deck, I thought, going through pretty succinct and to the point.
Just a question, just with some of the delegations that weren't, that were declined, and specifically the one about the Morrison bypass, I'm wondering, and this may have already been done, I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if there's any value in either writing a letter to our MPP or meeting with our MPP, or even doing a formal resolution to the province about this specific item, to help drive that conversation forward.
I feel we should ask the MPP to have a meeting around those ones that were declined. And my first instinct is the CAO and myself. My worry is if we all go to his office or Queen's Park, does it constitute a meeting or something?
No, I don't mean like a meeting with all of council. I just mean, yeah, like
No, that's
yourself
what I-
or staff.
I was-
Even just a letter, I'm not sure,
I'd like
I
to
just
give-
don't wanna overstep like how that.
No, I think council should give direction that the CAO and the mayor contact Joseph for a follow-up meeting on specifically those four. We can go to Fergus or he can come, it'd be better if he can come here. Then it's just us two at the start for those quorum concerns. And then you report back out. And then maybe we
Because maybe, I know in the past, during Roma delegations, we've had head on it, we're joining in some of those, so maybe for future conferences, it maybe.
Mhm. I'd like to get in front of one person. Who's highlight those issues for sure.
Yeah, I would support you and the CEO meeting with our MPP just to understand why these were declined and how can they be moved forward.
Yep, sorry. And it's really. Support them. Yep. Yeah, a lot of times when we get the denial, they usually do they give a contact point? Or is that the ones that you're successful? I'm confusing it too.
If you, Mr. Chair, usually a contact point for the actual conference, and sometimes there's some follow-up that they'll direct you to, but yeah, for the ones where we were not successful, it's sort of just that notification, yeah.
So they're important issues. I think we should start to become a trend where we get denied, so let's do some follow-ups. So you have a mover and a second for that?
No.
No. Councilor Goy, Councilor Spose. Anything further before I call the vote? Okay, all fair. All right, 9.4.1. Justine.
Here you go. The purpose of this report is to provide council with the 2026 municipal and school board election dates and to request that council approve bylaw 2026-009, being a bylaw to delegate authority to the CAO during the 2026 municipal and school board election period in accordance with section 275 restricted access to nomination day of the municipal act. So just a few dates that I'd like to highlight to council within this report is the candidate information session, which has been confirmed for March 25th, 2026 at 7 p.m. This is going to be held at Boyne Hall at the Wellington County Museum and Archives of Burgess. The next key date that I would just draw attention to is nomination registration, which will begin on May 1st, and then the last day to file, which is August 21st before 2 p.m. Further, with the voting method being vote by mail, staff are offering vote by mail ballot drop-off location at Mini Lakes on October 15th from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Clifford Evans Union Hall at 6628 Ellis Road on October 17th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then staff will also be attending the Morrison Nursing Home to provide a drop-off service for the residents there on October 19th. And then just highlighting that voting day will be on October 26th, with the residents able to drop off their vote by mail ballots at the municipal office. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you heard her read the recommendation. Can I move that, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Wilson, questions?
It looks very good to me. I think maybe my only suggestion, and it's not part of this, but it just be because of the voting process changing this year for the residents, just to make sure that there's lots of communication go out prior to and through the process, just to make sure, because I wouldn't want it to get a scenario where somebody's just confused by it, and not negative to the new process. It's just change. So I would really encourage staff to think that through, but I'm sure it's well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, staff have identified that we'll be doing additional education for this election with the change, so it's definitely on our radar and something that we're going to work through.
Good. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Just in terms of other candidates, I assume we put stuff out on our social media advising them of this opportunity for people coming to the fold.
Through you, Mr. Yes, so we specifically with the candidate information session, we have done a post on our website. We've also been doing social media posts. And then as more information becomes available, such as when candidate information packages will be available, those will be advertised through our website as well. And social media.
And I'm just gonna ask a clarification question, because of the change in what's happening this year. Can you just walk me through voter mail out? Like, what would a resident see this year? What are the changes that they're gonna see from years past?
So through your chair, this year, residents will be receiving vote by mail packages directly to their address. The date of when those will be sent out is to be determined, so we will certainly share that information once it's available. In that education, we'll provide education about what that package will look like, so we'll be able to share that ahead of time. But it is the main difference is that you're going to be receiving a vote by mail kit directly to your house. You won't be going to a polling station. We'll have the drop off locations where you can drop off that vote by mail kit. And we'll be sharing education around that as it becomes available.
Okay. So just the vote by mail kit, if they receive it in the mail and they want to come drop it off. If they show up here and it's not filled out, will you have the ability for them to have a little spot to put their X and put it in or whatever it may be, or it has to be pre-filled out and just bring the envelope to put it in the slot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, on voting day, we will have a spot that folks can use to fill it out if they have not filled it out in advance. Although they're welcome to fill it out in privacy of their car and their home where they were good to do that. Generally speaking, the rest of the time, we won't have a designated spot for folks to drop it off, or that's not the intention.
Okay.
No. Thanks.
So I want to ensure that frontline staff at the door are either 1000% proficient on the process and the dates. The last thing I want is this change and somebody come in and say, when can I vote? Well, you can bring it on Tuesday and it's not Tuesday. So if they're not proficient, they need to speak to court or to Justine or somebody, because we don't need that angst out there that, oh, I came there twice to drop the vote by mail and it wasn't ready. So if you don't know, don't answer, get the right people. This is so important on this one. I would appreciate that if somebody comes in and they don't have it filled out, let them go in the boardroom. If nobody's in there, no staff aren't working in there. Give them a pen. They can do it. Don't make them go back out to their car. If you can accommodate, if there's staff working in there and it's occupied, that's a different story. But I want some accommodation there. They've taken the time to come here. Don't let them leave, without filling it in.
And I guess on that note, if two people come in, are two people allowed to go into the boardroom to fill out their paperwork? Like, how do we manage that? How does staff manage that part of it?
So through you, Mr. Chair, typically what we've done in the past during election time, just to make sure that we have the staff that have the knowledge to share with the public, is we typically have somebody of clerks in the office at all times during those periods where we need to provide information related to election, and that just ensures that, to your point, there isn't that sort of misinformation or somebody saying, I don't know. And then the voter has to come back or try to, seek information in a different way. So we can certainly ensure that that's part of our business rules as we set up our procedure documents and that sort of thing going forward. Similar to the question around where do we accommodate people if they need to fill in a ballot, we will set up our procedures around that as well to make sure that we can accommodate those requests too. But again, we really are, the purpose of a vote by mail ballot is to increase accessibility for the voter. So they are able to vote on their own in their home without, if they can't attend a voting station or that, and those are barriers to casting their ballot. So again, with the spirit of accessibility, in being the reason why we're changing this method of voting, certainly we'll make sure our procedures mimic that for in-office, ensuring that accessibility is there.
Well, the county there has the lower part.
Okay.
Could we not just have, those cardboard things? So could we just not set a cardboard thing up there, and if somebody happens to come in and say, here's the space, it's to protect the staff from being able to see whatever they're marking on the ballot, and that's it. At least a little corner with a pen. I don't know. Take it into consideration. I don't see that as a problem, but I just don't want to force them to go to their car and whatever.
Maybe I have another question. I did attend a session a few weeks ago, and they, this was through City of Guelph, but it was, they had a date for when election signs could go up. In our sign bylaw, do we have a date for when election signs go up? And we did.
Yes.
So do we have that date?
Yeah, I should probably have that too.
We'll include information around our election sign bylaw as part of that community package.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any further? No, all in favor? It's carried. Do that. Just don't carry on reading those things. Should be a little break. Sorry. 943. This one's prepared by Laura.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this report provides council with our annual committee and council year review document. Just highlighting the work that all of our advisory committees, as well as council has done throughout 2025.
Okay.
That report COR 2026-010 entitled 2026 Council and Committee Year and Review be received for information, and that council directs staff to distribute the 2025 Council and Committee Year and Review as outlined in the report.
Do you move her, please? That's great.
Yeah.
Suppose. Excellent. Questions? Let's go over here first.
Just to comment, maybe just like again, editorial, like the picture on the bottom on Committee of Adjustment and Planning, just it's like a bunch of empty chairs. It caught me a bit peculiar, so maybe just a suggestion to staff, possibly changing that picture to something a bit more present.
John will take a selfie.
Literally, it's really good. That was one that I'm like, it looks.
And then you say it.
It's odd to me. It's like, why are we taking a picture of empty chairs? But it's maybe
me.
I'll stop there.
Change that. Yeah, that's great. Anything?
No, I think this is a great document. Does this go out in the mail? Or is this just something that we post on our website and social media? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the community adjustment did some other goals and objectives. And that was supposed to come to council. I don't believe it made it yet. I was wondering if we can look into it. I know we had some staff changes. With the secretary of the committee as well. The committee did do an intensive report on some procedural input, some changes to procedures to help with this submissions.
All right, good. Mover and seconder. I get the mover and seconder. Just you. Okay, all in favor. It's carried. All right, 944. Is Jacob joining us? There he is. Good afternoon, Jacob.
Good afternoon.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this report is to present proposed amendments to the township's open air burning bylaw and administrative monetary penalty system bylaw to reflect changes in legislation and to expand the use of AMPs to include open air burning matters. This recommendation is intended to increase the tools available for enforcement while continuing to support the township's education first approach. Currently, contraventions of the open air burning bylaw can only be enforced through the Provincial Offences Act. While that process remains available, staff are recommending that council authorize enforcement through the administrative monetary penalty system as an additional tool. Through you, Mr. Chair, this amendment would not change the substance of the open air burning bylaw, nor would it increase the existing fine amounts. Instead, it would provide a more efficient and accessible administrative process for addressing contraventions while still maintaining the option to proceed under the Provincial Offences Act where appropriate. That kind of concludes the report. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions from members of council.
Thank you, Jacob. Councilor Hurst, anything?
Yeah, just one question, Jacob. I'm just curious, like at a high level, how many open air burning issues were addressed by bylaw in say 2025? Is this like are we talking like a couple, or are we talking like dozens? I'm just curious.
I believe in 2025 we had 2.
Okay, so yeah, I look at this as a preferred pathway to, administrative enforcement. So yeah, I'm supportive. I'm just curious at how big of an issue this was. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a question or maybe a bit of a concern about, I know that the sort of content of the bylaw isn't really changing and the penalties aren't changing. It's just the enforcement mechanisms of the bylaw are changing. But I just a little bit concerned that residents may not be aware of this new enforcement mechanism and may be taken off guard by it. And I was just wondering if there was any public engagement on this, or at least if there could be any kind of public education that comes out of this so that, residents aren't taken off guard when they get a ticket for $200, which is something that they may have not seen otherwise.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Again, the fine amounts aren't changing. The only difference between the Provincial Offences Act and the Administrative Monetary Penalty System enforcement is just the penalty notice that they're provided. Instead of getting something called an offense notice, they're now being provided with a penalty notice. I know when the Administrative Monetary Penalty System bylaw was being brought forward to council, there were quite a few presentations presented by the municipal clerk, and further some educational approaches done with the community. However, yeah, we can look at further education.
So through Mr. Chair, just to add to what our supervisor said as well is, so again, nothing is changing in terms of the bylaw, so the fine amounts are actually set through the FPPA. So very different because the legislative authority for this bylaw is not coming from the municipal act, it's coming from the FPPA. So those are prescribed fine amounts, unlike our other set fines where we can make a submission to the Ministry of the Attorney General. So the bylaw itself is the same. The public education through AMPS occurred when we introduced that system last year. And what we had reported on last year was that we would be transitioning as many bylaws as we could over to the AMP system when the legislative framework allowed us to do so. So the FPPA has allowed us to do that. That's something that staff were doing research on. So if that's still council's intent to sort of transition away from a Provincial Offences Act, set fines, which is burdensome for both the person receiving the fine and the municipality, if that's still council's intent to kind of shift that to AMPS, that's what you're going to see these reports coming forward, making that shift in the future. So again, it's not changing the bylaw right now. Bylaw can issue these fines. They can issue them. They have been issuing them under provincial offenses. They issue a ticket. But what we're saying we'd like to change from an efficiency perspective is under AMPS versus POA.
So I guess where that's coming from is I was under the impression that if there was a call for open air burning call to the fire department, and I could be wrong, that the fire department would attend. Yes. If it's nothing that is like too crazy or anything, that they would do an education component, and that would likely be the end of it. And so I guess what I am asking is if this is going to now shift to being anytime there's a call, there's a ticket issued. I think if that's going to be the way that we approach it, as opposed to educating first and maybe on the second time getting a ticket, then I think that we need to do a better job of the public in advance of that potential change.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and again, in accordance with our bylaw complaint policy that we have, sort of the scenario we've outlined with the fire department attending first is correct. And then they would need to do anything to ensure public safety at that attendance. They would then liaise with our provincial offences officer because they are not provincial offences officers. It's only our bylaw officers that are. And then our officers would determine if education has already been done and that's sufficient. We also look at a record of compliance with the property. So this is, or multiple times that we've attended to do the same thing, because again, every time our fire department attends, there's a cost to that.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that if education hasn't worked, that we have another tool to ensure that the township's not, that the township can respond both from a public safety perspective, but also the burden on the taxpayers for that response.
And I'm supportive of that. I
Yeah.
just really want to emphasize the education first.
Yes.
Piece of all.
Yeah, I don't have a difficulty shifting this over to ramps. What I do have a difficulty is with use of burn barrels. Like typically burn barrels are a lot more confined than an open fire. And to put burn barrels in the same category as a open fire, i.e. you gotta be 10 meters away from any structure, I find that very difficult to understand. In my notes, I provided information from the Gulf Hermosa bylaw where they talk about burn barrels. It doesn't require burn permit, and you have to be 3 meters away from a structure as opposed to 10 type of thing. So I'm concerned that we're gonna enforce the bylaw as it's written. Somebody has a burn barrel, say, I don't know, say whatever, close to a house. I'm not gonna say how far they're away. They're gonna be educating them to say, move it away 10 meters away. Well, 10 meters away is 30 feet type of thing. And that's a fairly long distance away. So my concern is that applying the current fire bylaw in its current, as it's written, it's too onerous for people with burn barrels. A lot of people do have burn barrels, a lot of people don't have open fires, they do have cooking fires. Again, is that cooking fires 10 meters away too harsh? I don't know, but I would ask that this item be deferred until staff get a chance to look at the at least with the Gulf Hermosa fire bylaw to see if there's anything we can incorporate into that before we go all out. Also, I think I agree with Councilor Goya about the issue of education. I think education is important. Okay, we're gonna throw this out there, and the last thing we need to do is have all kinds of social media posts that you know they're going after us now because we got this and this out there. I'd rather be proactive, be upfront, catch the wave, not be behind the wave. So according to that, I've suggested a motion and the right type of thing, and I'll be moving that motion when you finish with the questions.
Councilor Bailey? Sorry, the staff one, sorry.
Sorry, I just, through Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure that we're all understanding that this bylaw is in place and it is currently being enforced the way it's written under provincial offenses where we can issue tickets.
Well, I
So,
have a statement that can help address that
It-
because
and I'm sorry, pardon me, but I think that rewording a bylaw and reworking a bylaw is very different than just allowing AMPS to be the enforcement tool. So AMPS is just legislation that allows a ticket to be written under a different ticket book. The bylaw is written, it's in force. Tomorrow we could get a burn complaint with what you've just suggested, Councillor Schoolist, and officers could go out under the current wording because it's in place. This exists and is in place and is enforceable today. I think what we're asking for is to shift it to AMPS, which is just a different mechanism. Provincial offenses is burdensome, but that's the point of the report.
So could an argument be made that we've only had, whether it was 2 complaints or 2 tickets issued, is because the officers use his discretion not to issue tickets because the POA is burdensome?
I think that through Mr. Chair, we have a bylaw complaint policy in place that says education is the first tool, and that is how we administer our bylaws, regardless of whether it's enforced under AMPS or POA. Regardless, the enforcement tool is just it's just the legislation. So I just want to make sure that if we're deferring the bylaw around AMPS and making some legislative changes, that it's understood that this bylaw is currently in place and enforced.
It's understood. It's understood.
Yes, so it doesn't change anything around any of that until an amendment comes back. We're
Yes.
still enforcing it as
Yes.
written today.
As is.
Yeah.
No changes from this council. Okay, Councilor Bailey.
That is my understanding as well. There's no changes to the bylaw. It would just be more the experience the resident might notice. And so I was just gonna ask staff to walk through what's the difference. It sounds like Jacob did that. You know, what would they see with the provincial offenses avenue that we're using versus the AMPS? And they're really not gonna see much difference. The first line of defense would be education. And then the second would be just what paper the fee is written on.
And then through Mr. Chair, if through provincial offenses, the way the bylaw is now, if they wanted to object or appeal a ticket, that would need to be done at the courthouse. Versus if they wanted to appeal a ticket under AMPS, they could come and do that with our screening officer at the office. And then if they weren't getting resolution there, then they could have a discussion with our hearing officer here. So again, AMPS is meant to decrease the burden on the resident, decrease the financial cost on the resident, speed up the process. And again, it doesn't change what is an offense, what offenses are under the bylaw. And those will stay the same until council decides to make amendments more wholesomely to the bylaw. But that's not what's being suggested through this report. It's just that we would AMPS instead of POA.
So I'm in agreement with what the report's recommending.
So, I feel it should be a comprehensive review. We should lower the fines if we're going to AMPS. I think that when this was developed and AMPS wasn't an option for the municipality, that going to POA has significant time and cost. So you could argue that, that's why the fines are higher. You could probably speak to, the bylaw officer cannot be directed by yourself, by council, by the mayor, by anyone. The bylaw officer uses their discretion. And you would have a tough time convincing me that part of their decision-making process in whether fines are issued and education is more of a component is due to the fact that POA is expensive, time-consuming, you're literally going to court. If we change this to AMPS and we see an uptick in tickets, because now it's as simple as issue the ticket and now it's a screening thing through the clerks. We are going to be under so much scrutiny because something changed. So with the indication that there's less cost to the municipality through the AMPS, there's less cost to the resident, that I don't know if I agree with the fine allocation. I would even throw in the room that if you're getting a fine, there's even a component that you charge them for the burn permit. So now you've been caught, you need a burn permit. So it's $100 plus the burn permit. I don't agree if we have an AMPS program that we're fining an 18-year-old $200 for a cooking fire. And the discretion component, set or permit a cooking fire within 10 meters of any combustible. Well, Jacob's idea of a combustible, my idea of a combustible could be two different things. Is there a t-shirt on the ground and it's within 3 meters and now that's a combustible and you're getting a fine? So I'm not supportive of going to the AMPS with this. I'm fine with leaving it as is. And if we're gonna look at it, I wanna look at it holistically. And that would be the time to, whether we limit the discretion, dictate barrels, what is a combustible, the fine limits for kids cooking or starting, why is it, I don't even set a cooking fire with it. What was the under 18 one? Anyways, there's the under 18 one. So, I would prefer to leave it as is and, staff report back on amending the entire thing if we're going to AMPS, because I feel we'll see more tickets issued. That's my piece.
I'd like to put forward my motion. Sure. Okay. That council consideration report defers the motion, defers the report until the following is undertaken. The open air bylaws review and update also include burn barrels such as in Gulf Hermosa bylaw. Residents are advised of the proposed changes to the bylaw through public education. C, consideration given to developing visual aids similar to Gulf Hermosa, the six types of open fires with associated clearance distances.
So, did you just want to speak to change the fine allocations? It's not easy. You have to go to the Attorney General or something. Right?
So to Mr. Chair, these are prescribed. Can't change these.
At all.
So I made my motion. I don't know if anybody wants to start for discussion.
Sorry, is that in print anywhere?
And the
motion still was
Is it in the Q&A?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find it.
So we can't change the fine allocations. Can you change like the under 18 that's prescribed in the PPA or whatever it is?
So Mr. Chair, we can report back if you'd like us to report back on that. But again, I think because of where this bylaw gets its authority, it's through a different piece of legislation. Much of this is prescribed.
Well, sorry, somebody seconded that?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Hurst, questions? You're good, sorry?
Yeah, I think let's review it, and
So
I don't disagree with Councilor Lewis's comments around right sizing the bylaw. I think the Walter Hermosa one's a good example to use and take it back and
great. That's good.
Yeah.
Just a question, could we not agree to the report today and then go back and look at the burn bylaw
Well,
at
first,
another date?
there's a motion on the floor, so
Oh.
we really have to deal with that first. Procedurally.
Well, it might
Well, then-
make a difference in how I decide my
So,
vote.
so what are you trying to accomplish? You wanna approve going to the
Just get
to
the
the
amp.
AMPS,
Yeah,
but
because
then.
the issue really isn't the amps, it's not the process and how we're going to issue fines. The issue I'm hearing is what's in the bylaw.
Well, the issue in the bylaw is, Councilor Hurst says, is right sizing the fire to the distances. Okay, that for me is the issue. And the bylaw are gonna, should be enforcing the bylaw as is written. So I'm concerned about a lot of, breaking of the bylaw, guy has a burn barrel here or has a small cooking fire, it's gotta be 10 meters away from a fence structure, a tree or whatever.
But that's
So
been
she-
happening for how many years? Why change all that today just because we're gonna change the process of how we're gonna
give a fine.
Because it came up here today.
So she's asking.
So I'm
if
saying
you
just-
can
yeah.
Approve the amps and ask staff to report back on your concerns within the bylaw. That's what she's asking.
And I'm saying, and I agree with with the mayor that we're gonna have a lot more complaints.
So I guess the question is the CAO. Can the amps program be implemented for the lines and staff report back on some of the details of Council Sapoulis? Is that even a possibility to amend the bylaw that way versus?
So through Mr. Chair, yes, you can change it so that we have the ability to issue an AMPS ticket. And then if you'd like us to revisit the bylaw and do amendments to the body of the bylaw on how, what is an offense and that sort of thing, that's separate. That's a separate contemplation, because this is just an enforcement process tool that we're suggesting today. Everything else can happen whenever council chooses in terms of it. So for instance, if we have other bylaws that we would be bringing forward once we have the legislative tools to issue to AMPS. If council wants those bylaws changed, again, that's separate from the AMPS inclusion.
So your answer, yes. So then that's good.
For me, it's more of a public perception issue. How is the optics of this being conveyed to the community? And I feel as though they're going to feel that this is an added layer of overreach and over enforcement on something. When if we're gonna be doing the amps anyways, then why don't we just look at the whole thing holistically and get the bylaw as refined as it needs to be, so that what is being enforced isn't left to discretion, because I think that's where a lot of frustration comes in. And just do the whole thing all in one shot. That's where I'm.
Mr. Hurst, Mr. Willie. Can you put in layman terms what you're wanting to accomplish? You want to defer the.
I want to defer the bylaw until we have a revised open air bylaw which considers burn barrels and looks at Gulf Hermosa, which seems to be more has the type of fire related to the spatial separation. So right now, if you read it, we got to have 7 meters for any open air fire, period.
Yeah, I have concerns with within a combustible, if it's all prescribed. So with staff, if this gets deferred, will staff be reporting back on some of these, or you want it embedded right in the motion?
I know we can report back. We would want to have an idea, I think, of what revisions to the bylaw itself council is looking for as a starting place, just because we haven't, typically when we have revisions made to a bylaw, it's generated based on like feedback from the public, and we haven't had any. So typically we come to you with, we've heard X, Y, and Z, and this is why we need to change it, and we haven't had that feedback. So we would be looking to council to advise us on what they wanted to see changed. And then my other question is just, and I don't think this is what council is intending today, but are you looking to repeal this so that it's not in effect?
No.
No.
You want this in effect the way it's written?
And it's just deferring this and leaving the current. status quo. Sorry,
It's not reveal anything, it's basically looking at updating the bylaws without using Gulf Hermosa as an example.
Yeah, so not repealing it.
Okay, so then through Mr. Chair, this would likely be a corporate work plan item for 2027. Just unless we want to revisit what we could take off the work plan, because this wasn't, I don't believe this was contemplated a revision of the bylaw. Sort of a whole, like a comprehensive review.
So the members that are gonna vote, which is all of us, just understand that if you support Councillor Sapoulis's recommendation, that it'll be status quo and that this work will be added to the work plan, are you seeing at the bottom of the queue? Essentially, is what you're saying.
Unless council wants that prioritized in a different way, and then we would go back and look at that.
Well, we do that when we look at the work plan, or the next iteration, council will do that spring of 27. When do we do the work plan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we're doing the work plan after the strat plan is approved. So you guys should see that.
Okay.
Yeah, shortly.
So there is a time where we're gonna review the work plan that you will have an opportunity to move it up. So for today's, I hope you could focus on, Councilor Spillis says defer this. By doing that, we're gonna put it on the work plan. We're also gonna provide feedback if you have, items in there that you want clarified, modified. If you want to support the recommendation provided by staff, then this motion by Councilor Spillis needs to fail. And then we go back and look at the original motion.
Can I ask a question that would help me make my decision?
Yes, absolutely.
Has staff received any feedback or issues or complaints about how the bylaw is currently written? Jacob?
No, I have never received any feedback.
Let me help you
But I
on that
think we're
one.
making a big deal out of it, something that's not a big deal.
Infractions. No, what, this is being driven by staff, not by the public feedback. Staff want an
Not the
easier
bylaw,
process.
just the process that we're
Exactly.
doing the fine. So the bylaw doesn't, there doesn't appear to be a need to redo the bylaw at this point in time.
Yeah, but this is coming forward, the process change is coming forward as being
Yeah.
staff driven.
Yes.
It's not being infraction driven.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as two entities. I'm seeing one is the process and one is the bylaw, how it's written.
And for me, if
Two things.
we're gonna change the process, I see implications to that and it raises red flags for me. So I'm wanting to pause and do deeper dive into it. That's where I'm landing. So,
Okay.
all right, so. Just so we're clear, Councilor Schools has a motion on the floor to defer. And that staff will report back on changes. Oh, I want to talk about my changes. Or at least staff to look at them. I want to know if item 6 is prescribed. So what's the definition of a combustible? And it may be just that. I'm not sure why we have lighter igniting open fire under 18 penalizing people at 250 if that's prescribed as well. If they're having an illegal burn, it's an illegal burn, just charging them the $200. I think we need to penalize 16-year-olds $50 more than if their dad, lit it. So, but maybe it has to be in there, I don't know. And beyond that, those are the ones I want clarity on.
Okay, driver friendly amendment.
Okay. Is there any items So we're gonna see if this succeeds. So all in favor of, so we're voting for Councilor Spillis' motion as amended. So all in favor? No, it's passed. Staff clear, I guess it's already voted on.
So through Mr. Chair, what we'll do is we have the written comments that were made in the Q&A, and then we'll probably just reach out to council and get some feedback so that we can have it in writing so that when we do the work plan, we'll have a better idea of what the scope of work is. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
9.4.5.
The purpose of this report is to provide council with the 2025 compliance assessment reports for council's consideration and comment. Staff have drafted a proposed resolution for council's consideration that was included in the council Q&A. This was just based on feedback received by council and bits.
Watching from home, there's significant comments from the council that the next day or whenever it gets posted to the township website, it'll be there for the reading pleasure. We won't be displaying that right now, but I encourage anybody in tune to aggregate to go take a look. So I guess it's there. Any questions or comments? Pretty big. Yeah, Councilor Harris, give her.
Very good summary in the Q&A. I'm not sure I could add a whole lot to what was already well established. I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Blair.
I just want to
Oh,
clarify.
hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Time out. We're pulling K and L.
Thank you.
Which ones are we not talking about?
L and Q.
L and Q, not talking about L and Q. Okay, Councilor, go ahead.
Other than those, I, thank you to the other members of council who have done this very thorough review of both the compliance assessment reports and the site plans and the operating plans. There's an enormous amount of detail that I would not have been able to pull out, so thank you for doing that, and I have nothing further that can add to this comprehensive list.
Good. Suppose.
And I have some questions. Schedule D, item 3, that under section C14, which indicates the use of rock trucks for importing material from land seed. I thought we dealt with that through advising them not to do so. Is that not the case?
You, Mr. Chair, we did, they are not, permitted to be loaded rock trucks, that cross the road, so.
Can I give you my perspective on what I've seen? They're using triaxle dump trucks.
Well, that's not what it says on C14.
So it might be,
So either they're wrong or that, so I think that should be flagged.
but I think possibly it was a clerical error or something, because I don't go down there every day, but I don't know if any other members been through there and seen a rock truck. So I feel like they're complying, but it's still worth submitting and saying,
Yeah, okay.
well, you're indicating you're not supposed to be.
Okay, Schedule J, this site was not previously in compliance with location of stockpiles not meeting the setback requirements from the parkland. However, this has since been addressed. I don't think that's been addressed.
So that was me. And
I'll comment on that, mine, because it says to be addressed.
I know that, if you can, staff pull up the, Schneider sign aggregate site,
Yeah.
it's 50, I just need a Google Maps, sorry, Google Maps, Google Maps.
What schedule is this, please? Jay?
It's Schedule J.
And it's I forget the license, it doesn't matter, we don't need the license number.
I got the license number too. 5631.
Yeah, just clicking and that's not going to the.
I just want to make sure that if we're gonna put something in there, it's correct. I want to say something, I mean, there's no credibility.
So where, sorry, just location and I'll put them.
It's,
Right at the bottom.
it's this pit here, zoom into that. And it's this property line here that I want to talk about. Zoom in. Okay. So you zoom in a little bit, see the green space, the northeasterly quadrant of the screen, if there's
Yeah.
northeast. See that, the end of the gravel pit?
Yeah.
That's essentially the property line. And the stockpiles were basically abutting them, and their site plan stated whatever I indicated. Setback of 30 meters, so I forwarded a complaint to MNR. Or to staff, whichever direction it took, but they weren't in compliance, so then last time I've been by there, they had moved those stockpiles. I assumed 30 meters from the property line. So, but I wanted to indicate it because it was an infraction for 2025. So I don't know if that brings clarity, but that's the basis of mine, is that's what I was trying to say.
I was under the impression it was been taken care of from reading the note.
No, what I was trying to show is that site was also not in compliance for 2025. But I'd already had communication from the township to MNR, who then instructed them to move the piles, so if that was this.
Okay, I just want the correct wording. If it says it's been done, that's fine. If it's not been done, then I think we should say not been done yet. But the wording in there says there hasn't been done.
Maybe it was a typo on my part, so I apologize, but all I was trying to do is, I'm trying to build a database of infractions, and since MNR, maybe we want to change the wording, is just that we confirm there was a complaint and there was.
Fine, that's fine.
Because then we can file that, as the documented site plan infraction. Do you think this was
Sorry, and which
note was it?
Schedule J.
Let's have MNR.
site was previously not in compliance with the location of the spot, so. Services has been addressed.
Can have MNR confirm.
10 cents.
Well, I can see it's been addressed because they moved them, but
Okay,
I want to confirm, M&R confirmed they ordered them to move them. Because that then confirms it was a site plan violation. That makes sense. Just for our records, right? Okay.
Page, Schedule N, license 5737. If you go on the provincial mapping, it's only a small strip that's recognized as a pit. So my question on that was confirm the who owns that pond type of thing. That's not in the licensed area and all that. So you capture that in there as well. So I just want to flag that.
Yes, Lafarge, I believe Lafarge owns that one, and they've left the agri-light. We previously, I don't recall, Councilor Bailey, if you were here yet, but council requested the license surrender, and Ms. White Fox, if you recall, we received a tone of letter from Stephen Hanratty, basically telling the township to stay out of their business and they'll surrender it when they desire. And they indicated there's aggregate left in that strip. My opinion is they leave that strip on for protection from municipal bylaws. But it's the same owner, I believe it's a Lafarge pit. So they own the lake and the.
Yeah, so my concern is with the lake, if it's used for fish farming, what's the taxation on our purposes?
Agriculture.
Mr. Chair, it depends, I suppose, if the license has been surrendered or not, and then how that tax, like, if it's been surrendered. But again, not being an expert on the new tax class, that's been established and how they work that. If the license is there and we haven't had it surrendered, it doesn't revert back to cultural zoning.
It depends on the mapping, because they've left the shoreline and the edge as licensed. Is the fish farm literally just outside the licensed area, or is it inside? Because
According to the provincial mapping, it's outside the licensed area, so it's been surrendered, I would think. But my concern is from our point of view, are we getting proper taxation for that piece of property?
We could ask the county, we could make that inquiry, but I don't want to.
Is fish farming commercial? Is it agriculture is similar to growing corn?
Through Mr. Chair, under our bylaw, we probably look at it commercial agriculture, but I don't think that's how the pits have traditionally looked at it. I mean, I don't know offhand. I think,
Well, this one we might get lucky because it's outside the area licensed area. The new one they put in is inside where they're protected from that one.
we can follow up with the county and see if they have any information to share.
Okay, the last one is Schedule X. A comment was made that the fish farming structure is not indicated in the site plan. It is indicated in the site plan. It's a small note right on the actual lake. So my concern with that is, can the ARA permit fish farming under the ARA license for that pit?
Oh, it does. The minister approved this. Didn't I approve that change?
So through Mr. Chair, our question has always been, was that done through an amendment? Was it done through when it came forward for the after use for rehabilitation when it was in front of council for zoning? I think if it was done through an amendment down the road, if it wasn't done through a major amendment with public consultation, that's a problem. So it's more about the timing and what the process was, if it was added after the fact.
So it was, so it is on the site plan, but the concern is the concerns you raised.
When
Follow up.
and how it was added.
Yeah, so that's section X. So that's all it comes to.
Councilor Bailey?
I have nothing to add.
I think that's it. So that's all of them except to the, Councilor Goida has a plenary on. You've got the notes captured, right?
Just making this one, sorry, my computer's freezing.
So we'll receive that as amended.
Instructions are some incorporated comments.
As amended and incorporating the comments. Now, maybe we should speak about, we'll do this, but feedback we're receiving from our meetings at the MNR office says we need to prioritize. But I don't know. Criteria, I feel like saying that we prioritize items that would be considered major amendments to their site plans and just leave it open-ended. Because those are the ones that, require consultation with us, or is there any way you want to just submit it as is?
Through Mr. Chair, my concern has always been with this sort of prioritizing or triaging, as they said, is that we're sort of doing the MNR's job in terms of scoping what is and isn't important, and I don't think that's, I feel like this is already doing the work of the ministry in terms of enforcement, and so I would like to see them review and prioritize and eventually give us comments on all of them, because I do think that that was the direction they were given in the AG report, right? To increase compliance, and we're doing a really good job to help them with that.
Well, and it's unfortunate that a lot of them indicated they had recent inspections, and the only thing they discovered was a railway tie and the berm and things of that nature, and some of these significant operational concerns weren't picked up by the inspection, so I think that's something we should make note of when we have a meeting, and so, great. So all in favor of that? It's carried, and then we'll do the last two. I already forget the. Oh, sorry. We already get it. Councilor Spoulos, Councilor Hurst, do you want to second that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all in favor for a second vote, thank you. And then the last two items were, sorry, L and Q. Any revisions to those two? Any mover and seconder to receive those? Councilor Spoulos, Councilor Bailey, all in favor? It's carried. All right. Where are we?
You're on your. Oh, no, sorry, 10.2.
10.2 CDM. So if they. Are you buildings or?
Building.
Oh, did we miss one? Sorry.
Oh,
that was
building
my
department, sorry, Andrew. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Through you, Mr. Chair, the report you have before you is this fourth quarter update routine report on the last quarter of the year. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to read the recommendation, please?
That report BLD 2026-001 entitled Building Department Fourth Quarter Update October to December 2025 be received for information.
Can you move it, please? Mr. Spoulos, Councilor Goya?
Yep, sure.
All right, any questions?
Not specifically on this report, but how's 2026 looking so far?
I'd say it's continuing along the same trend of the fourth quarter last year. It's pretty slow start, but as it warms up, we usually see an uptick in permits.
Thank you.
The ARUs was one for the fourth quarter or one for the whole year? For 2025?
That would be for the fourth quarter.
The all total. Anyways, we're hoping to see an uptake on ARUs with potential new program coming in, but okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this correspondence item is the objection form from CBM as it relates to Aberfoyle and Lake Pit for their Agri Resources Act application. So staff are working on preparing a response to this. At this point in time, we will be maintaining our objection, and the content of the objection is being drafted in consultation with our consultants on the file.
All right, Councilor Hurst, anything?
Nope, I think it's good that we're airing those objections, but maybe my only request would be is once staff have had the opportunity to do that, to shoot a draft version around prior to being submitted. I think this is a very public application, I'll put it that way, where there's lots of requests. I think from my standpoint, it would be of interest to see what those objections are. I think we've talked about them to a degree, but that'll be my only request, but I support the path.
Before going forward, I echo Councilor's first comments. It'd be good to see the draft of it. As you know, that we've been meeting with a citizen who was directly impacted by it. He submitted his comments type of thing. And we appreciated if some of his comments are included as well, because he raises some valid comments.
So through Mr. Chair, I think there's a couple options here, so we can hold a special meeting to review the draft, if that's before the 16th, because we don't have a meeting before these comments are due. Alternatively, we could provide the final that was submitted on the 25th. It just depends how involved council wants to be in the preparation of that document.
For a second.
It's again, a lot of it are going to be technical comments coming from our peer reviewers, so not a lot of opportunity for revision to those technical pieces, again, because they're coming from our consultants, but we can certainly go one of two ways, just depending on the timing. So it's due the 16th is our last day, so we would be looking at a special meeting probably sometime next week.
What if, can you circulate it, and then if the councilors have a concern, we have the special meeting, can we not see the report, then decide if we want to have a meeting? Is that inappropriate?
I just worry about constituting a
Meeting
meeting,
without.
even a virtual meeting where we're advancing business.
Why don't we tentatively schedule, is it the end of day, the 16th?
Let me look, I think it is, just says by March 16th, 2026.
So what's the 15th? What's everybody got going on the
I
15th?
think that's just a Sunday.
So
Yes, yep. It's just a Sunday.
Just the same.
What are you doing?
It's just a storm.
what about, a tentative Friday morning, 9 AM after kid drop off, so you can have the rest of your day, 9:30, what works for everybody? No, do we want to do it?
Sure.
I'll be out of the country, but I'm happy to share comments electronically for my colleagues to take into consideration.
When the agenda comes out, then you can submit council comments and we can see them that way.
I just know I won't be able to make the meeting, so I'll be.
One's out.
For early, but I can change something around, but earlier would be better.
Nobody gets up at like 4 in the morning.
Sure, of course, good.
Force good.
4:15.
But staff don't come into the office or start work 9. I
We
would
can make it work, whatever works best. We can, yeah,
I can change something around too.
What about Councilor Goyette,
I can do, we're talking about the 13th?
the Friday the 13th? Yeah.
Yeah, morning is better.
What time would we want to do earlier than 9? For me, that's.
9's good.
Yeah, 9 is probably good.
Could it be a Zoom meeting or does
Yes.
it have to be a Zoom meeting?
Zoom meeting,
Yeah, that's good.
then maybe, I don't know what you're doing, where you are, if you're in the middle of the rainforest or whatever, but. Maybe,
I will attempt to.
but if not,
Yeah.
so let's tentatively schedule that. Councilor Bailey, you have something?
Yeah, just a question. Are the comments we're submitting, are they just to go on to the form that's provided, or is there opportunity to have sort of a preamble and then, like, are we limited to space?
Through Mr. Chair, I think we can ask. I don't know if these are gonna be like attachments to that from our technical consultants or incorporated in the form. Our planner will know best.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And then are the comments we're submitting based on zoning concerns and official plan amendment concern? Like, is it all encompassing or is it only focused solely on ARA?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So that limits a little bit of what your comments are.
It will, and then there'll be the opportunity through the zoning to touch on that policy separately.
Okay. So if council has some topics they'd like comment on, is it appropriate to send?
a request for a comment, or are we just waiting to see what our peer reviewers and our
Yes,
consultants are
so
saying?
this is going to be based on the technical review. So again, it's we'll have to wait and see what they say, and then we can ask, our planner will likely be the one presenting, we can ask those questions.
You don't feel, so if we're having it on the 13th, what I'm thinking is, if council has a hot potato that they want addressed, they should provide it to you, so then at least the planners and the technical experts can look at it. And then say, no, we didn't bring that forward because X, Y, Z. If we have the meeting on the Friday and we drop all these potatoes on them,
No time.
there's 2 days for them to go review it.
Yeah, so through Mr. Chair, you can send whatever you'd like, we'll
Yeah.
forward it to our planner for review, but again, I know he is trying to get some of these last few comments that we're waiting on, particularly the Hydro G comments, just trying to get those included, so send them in and we'll provide them to you.
What's the downfall to including a comment on an objection form that's endorsed by council?
It is whether or not it's going to be legally defensible of the OLT. Because you're not a technical, there's no technical witness that we can call based on the council.
Sure, you can always decide not to proceed with that comment, can you not?
So, again, it forms part of our formal objection, which is going to, because of the timing of this application, it works ahead of the zoning. So because this objection, I would just suggest, unless our planner says otherwise, what we're including on this is what we can, what is going to be legally defensible at the OLT, if we get there.
So make your comments.
So that we go.
I'm obviously not in an expert position to say what is and what isn't included, but our planner will be. And so if you submit those, we'll provide that to them.
Okay, so just with that being said, is there any value in having a meeting with council if basically it's all technical, like there's nothing that we're gonna be able to add to the comments that are going to be, okay, I'm just.
And again, I think let's hear from our planner.
Okay.
So let's submit them and let's hear from him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we should, like, if, I agree, we might be out to lunch, but at least submit them.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
A 5-minute meeting or half an hour.
Yeah, we'll submit them and they might, planner might say, no, you
Yeah.
can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that, but at least we
Yeah.
submit them and got our answer, so I see value in that at least, that's my perspective. So, I agree.
When would you like comments by then?
I'd say sooner the better.
As soon as we can.
All right, so where are we at?
Yes, so we need a mover and seconder, and it is to receive 10.2, and that council direct staff to prepare a draft response to the ARA application objection form to be reviewed at a special meeting of council on Friday, March 13th, in advance of the final submission on March 16th.
Councilor Bale, just close any last comments. All in favor? Carried. So report.
So I think you're out for 10.3, right?
Oh, it's not on my agenda. Yeah, I'm not gonna leave because.
Yeah.
Who is it? I forget who it is. Is it Councilor Hurst?
Is it? Wow.
Yeah, I'm out for 10.3.
On my own.
It's just not tabbed, but if you just scroll down,
Oh,
Okay, that will.
starts with notice of decision for the county.
I did read it.
Yes.
Just haven't tabbed.
Okay, Councilor Wilson, you're gonna show.
Okay, yeah, I'm on page 580, the notice of decision from the County of Wellington. Any updates from staff on this in terms of status update or
So,
procedural?
yep, so if you, Mr. Chair, so this is just the notice of decision for the approval of the draft plan of subdivision. So if you'll recall, council has seen this application in front of them a number of times, and we've revised some of the conditions as it relates to the plan of subdivision. So this is the county notifying us that that has been approved. There's a decision made on that. And so again, maybe our clerk can talk about next steps on our end for anything local that we have related to these applications.
Through you, Mr. Chair, from my understanding, and RCO can correct me,
next steps in the process is after the appeal period for this is passed, the agreement will come back before council for your consideration. And that'll be, I think, one of the final steps in the process.
Do you have a rough timeline at all when we would expect that?
Through Mr. Chair, I'm not sure of the exact timeline.
Months or towards the end of 2026? Roughly?
Through Mr. Chair, I believe the appeal period, based on the notice.
So it's, looks like it's no later than, it'll be 4 p.m. on March 19th, 2026. Is the appeal period. And then again, that development agreement process, it just depends how many times we go back and forth with the developer, obtain securities, things like that. And we will bring that back to council as you're the final approval authority on that.
After that March window. Okay.
Correct, yes.
Any questions, Councilor White?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Spillis?
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Bailey? Mayor noted conflict. I don't have any questions, so. We're ready, Courtney, if you want to do a motion.
We, so it is, sorry. Cheers, Rosa.
It's just to receive.
Yes, so it's that we're gonna receive it for information at this.
Okay, we have a mover, Councilor Goida, seconder, Councilor Spillis, all in support. Carried. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Gracias. All right, council reports. I don't know that we have. Any, like, well, I will report, OPA 131. I reported on this already, but we had our public meeting at the county, official public meeting for that. And then there's been some conversations about the rural severance date in Erin and Halifax Bow Sunshine. And Erin is now going to provide clarity on that component from their perspective. It's going back to their council March 12th, I believe. And we're hopeful that we'll get clear direction from that either way. And what we're looking for is whether they want rural growth to happen from rural severances or my understanding. And so this is just my understanding, having watched the meetings, that the council directed staff to do a LEAR land needs assessment, review their hamlets for the growth, but there wasn't a motion. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes, but either way, once we get direction from Erin on the 12th, now to Duncan County, that staff will then essentially be complete with all the comments from the public, Erin, and then they can review OPA 131, and hopefully we'll see it on an agenda in the near future. Because as we all know around this table, there's a lot in there involving post-election. We're working through the agreements for Sunrise and the ARU program with the county, right, Ms. White Fox? I believe they're intending to have those at AF and HR for April.
Through Mr. Chair, I believe it is the March.
Is it March?
meeting.
March we're trying for? Okay, that's even better news. I thought it was next cycle, but Ms. White Fox, myself, and the CAO just been working through some of the details. Thank you, Councilor Hurst, for taking some phone calls, just to the interest of the county and us trying to get that money into the hands of projects in the community, get them going. So your use. Oh, do you want to speak to that? Yeah, you go.
Sure. So to you, Mr. Chair, just an update on your behalf, I suppose, is our TAPMO outreach that really the chair has been spearheading along with. We've hired a consultant through TAPMO with the resignation of the executive director in the last little while. So there was a presentation at the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. That was a couple of weeks ago. Just around some of the changes in legislation to the ARA, bringing awareness. We have a presentation on Tuesday at the town of Caledon, again, to talk about what TAPMO's doing, and then another with the city of Burlington, actually in a few weeks after that. Again, just sort of highlighting some of the outreach and good work that's happening, and looking at targeting potentially a few new members as well with some presentations over the next several months.
Does Justine want to talk about the work Alyssa's doing? Because I feel there's a lot going on there, and you would be the most knowledgeable. No, maybe.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Tatmo is working through a number of marketing and communications services, and expanding those services. Some of the work includes the launch of a new LinkedIn page in addition to the Facebook page, and now regular posting on those social media sites. Working on some updates to the website as well as some member-only content, which we're very excited about, including possibly some video education components. We're also working through an ERO outreach. So similar to how staff here bring forward ERO postings relating to the township, the idea is that Tatmo is going to reach out to or not just member municipalities, but all municipalities to advise them of ERO postings, and then advise them of things that Tatmo has to offer as it relates to kind of the services that are being developed. I don't know if there's anything else that you'd like.
No, that's perfect.
Just a question, the outreach, when it goes to all municipalities, does it just go to staff level, or does it go to the councillors in the municipality as well?
The way that we were contemplating it currently was that the notice would go to the clerk's department, say that there is an ERO posting identified per your municipality. Here's what a process might look like. Your council may want to consider delegating authority to staff to make comments or objections, things like that. So right now we would be targeting sending it to staff with the intention that they would bring it to their council's attention. But certainly, if Tatmo thought it was more valuable to send it to the council members in addition to staff, that's something that could be added into that process. What do you think of that?
What I would hope it lands in the hands of the council members, but we just don't know how each municipality handles that. I think anyways, I don't know that we have the capacity to have Justine type in every council member of every email into a contact list. Unless, like, how do you accomplish that? Do you just say, request, please forward this to your council members?
Yeah.
If that's all it is, I'm good, but I don't want to.
Just in my experience with Safe Communities, a lot of times we've sent stuff to just all of the school board. Expecting the school board to pass it down to all the principals, and then expecting the principals to pass it down to all the teachers, and it never gets down that ladder. So, and sometimes as a counselor, I find out about something that staff's been doing. I think, awesome, I wish I'd known about that, and then I'm finding out later or miss the ERO posting. Anyway, it would just be, I think you might. It'd be good to spread it.
It is good to spread it. It's good to,
Yeah.
it'll bring awareness to Tatmo, but I just,
When you have the capacity, maybe consider that.
adding in, please circulate this with your
Yeah.
elected officials is fine. Building a contact list of every elected official,
Yeah.
every member of municipality, then trying to add every potential. If it
And then
just
an
was
election
snowball,
happens.
well, oh yeah, I didn't think of that.
Right before the election.
So if we just simply add, please circulate this to your elected
Yeah.
officials. it's fine.
Yeah.
That's
Beginning
good.
of next term.
It's fine. Yep, that's fine. That's good feedback.
So kind of on that note, there was an ERO posting that recently closed in Hamilton. Is it bad? Let's talk about that.
It's closed now, yeah.
And it looks like there's 2 aggregate licenses, and they're applying to amend their rehabilitation plan to import 30 million tons of material, fill the pond and fill the core. So I don't know what awareness of that is in Hamilton. So I actually sent Courtney a note. I said, Tamils, reach out to the city. So we did. To see if they're even aware, and because I have concerns as the chair of TAPMO about the rehab plan being amended to bring 30 million tons of fill. That's a ton. So
And
anyways,
that's an example where the conservation authorities made comments, and I wish I'd known about it ahead of time.
right.
Now I've got my alerts on.
So
What was the end point of the rehab? Was it back to agriculture production, or was it something else?
I didn't go read the rehab plan. I'm pretty sure down there they're quarries.
Right.
So I believe it would have just been a lake with maybe some land, but it'd essentially be a
It's
square
huge.
box quarry hole, and now they're gonna fill it back up. Yeah, it's
Concerning.
yeah. Anyways, that was so that was kind of something that no. And like I said, I remember a second ago, receive that, please. Councilor Hurst, Councilor Lewis, all in favor. Any council members updates? Councilor Hurst.
When we just had our Heritage Committee meeting on Monday, this past Monday, and I think maybe two quick observations there as we continue to have a number of heritage properties under the leadership of the staff here, that we continue to work through that process. We're closer to the end than we are at the beginning, which is very fortunate for us. I think realistically, we're getting down to the properties that don't have as much data or information on them. So I think we're getting closer to the end. But I think the other really positive thing that I think we're starting to get to is developing goals and objectives for beyond 2026. So a couple of those that we've identified, correct me if I misspeak, Laura. We do have a lot, but it's been a really keen committee. So I think our focus is just two at a time type of thing, but it's into the future. Some things that we will look to address would be supporting farm preservation in the township through heritage designation, which I think is important. And I think we've got some really good opportunities in the future. The second one is exploring what a heritage district may look like. I think very much at the pre-work level, not that we're endorsing or going down that path, but just trying to understand what that would potentially mean for the community of Morriston. And I think some of the other stuff that we're doing is just how do we showcase heritage within the community. Gone through all this work of designating probably 36 properties now and more to come. We did that work, but now it's like how do we truly showcase this? So I think it's been a really good level of engagement within that committee. Very trying to be very strategic around how we set the tone for the long term for this community. It's just a bit of an update that came out of Monday's meeting, but as we're looking towards the end of this kind of 4-year tranche, I think it's been a really successful. I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you, Laura, for shepherding us through this journey.
Yeah.
Forward doesn't.
Yeah.
So move our secretary or any other council, please.
Right now.
Any public events coming up? March.
We also stop Easter breakfast coming up, March 28th. Yeah, we have actually the head teacher, Sandra Gunson, reached out to the youth committee to see if there are any youth interested in volunteering, and we've got quite a few stepped up. 6 or 7 of the kids are going to be part of that. So it's neat that now there's people in the community running events and looking toward the youth committee, to just see if they can partner up.
I think everybody's looking at the youth committee to volunteer.
So
Everybody needs volunteers.
exciting.
I'm glad they're participating.
Mhm.
Some of them probably were former students
Well,
of this and stuff.
My son was, and I said, why don't you bring your girlfriend and come and serve some food and do some crafts, and yeah. Yeah, a bunch of them were actually students there.
Was Family Day in between our last meeting now, or do we have a meeting right after
It's in
Family Day?
between.
Yes, that was the last week. We only had one meeting in February.
It's Family Day at the ECC, I think the fire department, or no, the fire department was there.
I did a hose.
Yeah. Kids did that and the slingshot, the snowballs. They probably 14 marshmallows.
Skating was
Surprised,
good.
everybody was surprised around the horseshoe when I did that.
The rink was.
Thank
the
the
rink was in
optimist for
great
it.
shape.
Yep. Optimist for putting that on. All right, so we'll just go move our second to seat council updates. Councilor Boyd, Councilor Willis, all in favor? I think Councilor Hurst voted. Bylaws.
The following bylaws, we against bylaw number 9, being filed to delegate authority to the CAO during the 2026 municipal election period. Bylaw 2026-015 being a bylaw to appoint interim fire chief.
Thank you, can I have a motion, please? Councilor Hurst, Councilor Bailey?
Sure.
All in favor? Carried. Any announcements? Is there anything coming up? We're on a closed session.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Oh. Oh, I did think, I did raise that. Yeah, okay.
Council shall go into closed session under section 239 of municipal act for the purpose of a confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and that's related to volunteer year nominations. A confidential report regarding position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to apply to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board for, and that's related to a procurement request, and then confidential minutes from the previous closed meeting, and that's the February 11th, 2026 closed council meeting minutes.
Can we get a leave with that, please, Councilor Bailey, Councilor Suppose? Do I have to declare pecuniary on that closed session?
Yeah, I think so.
No, okay, just make sure. All right, all there. Gary?
Okay.
Well, come back, give us some resolutions, goals, Ms. Whitefox.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Sure.
Giant fellows.
Council
clerk.
moves into open session at 3:15 p.m.
Have a mover, please. Councilor Bailey, Councilor Hurst, all in favor? Gary, next one.
That council receives the confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal local board employees, related to volunteer year nominations, confidential report regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board related to procurement requests and the confidential minutes from previous closed session, February 11th, 2026, closed council meetings, and that staff received as directed.
Thank you. Mover, please. Suppose, Councilor Doyle, favor? It's carried. Any business arising from the closed session? Any notice of motion? Seeing none, new business? Right, confirmatory bylaw, please, Madam Clerk.
So the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council, bylaw 2026-014, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council for the corporation of the township of Clifton Chad's meeting held on the 4th day of March 2026.
Mover, please, Councilor Hurst, Councilor Suppose, all in favor? Carried and adjourned.
That council hereby adjourns at 3:16 p.m.
Councilor Doyle, Councilor Bailey?
Yep.
Favor. Carried. Thank you, everyone.